Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. It's Hump Day. I have so many things to show you. I literally clipped 200 things today. Also, just to teach myself information, but that press conference with Epstein's victims was, I've never seen so much press coverage of a press conference on Capitol Hill in my life. I think that was one of the largest press conferences ever on the steps of the Capitol. And I have all those clips for you today. Yeah, and it's hard. Yeah, same here. It's hard. It was hard to watch it live, and then I spent like 5 hours just trying to find like the most comprehensive like clips, so we could like see and hear it. There was some stops and starts. There's a lot of things going on at that press conference, so like now we can kind of rewatch it together and like see the whole story. Let's all get tapping the screen though. Tap. Let me see here. What am I doing? Sorry. Pin goal. Sorry, I'm getting all these instructions from TikTok studios informing me of all the things I'm not doing. Just quickly, I need to get live on Twitch and YouTube. And then again, primarily today, I again have like 3 presentations I made this morning. But I think we're going to focus on Epstein, that unbelievably crazy Epstein press conference, and then like move on from there, because I have other important Epstein information from yesterday and the day before, so then we'll sort of skip around as different topics come up. Okay, let me just get us live. We are live on Twitch. Let me just take care of YouTube, and then we will get this survivor party started. Gosh, Epstein's I shouldn't say victim. I don't know why I'm always saying that. Survivors are the bravest people. Like, talk about a cool kids group. I want to hang out with those women. They seem to be. Hey, Maxwell. Hey, Leah. Give me 1 second. I got to finish this YouTube stuff, and then we'll get going. Okay, we are good. Yay, I missed you guys so much. They were very brave. I know, so brave. And we'll get into it. And again, that's what I have since 6 a.m. All I've been doing is researching and clipping things. I have so many interesting things to tell you guys. It's not the greatest news, but I'm kind of excited because I think, not, as we always talk about on the people's receipts, knowledge is power. I've been talking to some different people. I read some messages and got some calls from people who are talking about, different things to do in the Discord possibly. Please do join the Discord. I think August is a very slow month. Like, the summer is not for news, but just for politics. Now that Congress is back in session, like, things are going to ramp up really fast from now even until, because let's say this time next year, it's going to be midterms time. So after, I feel like this last August break, wherever, Congress was not on Capitol Hill and it was a little bit quiet for a while. Next year at this time, I know it sounds crazy to be talking about next year, but I was thinking a lot about the timeline of this. I think Trump's second term has been, time is time is not a construct. Well, it is a construct, but it's interesting, right? Like, has this time gone so terrifyingly fast from January? It is September. Is it scary to anyone else how much time has passed? I think, I don't know if it's like it's clearly my perception, but the overwhelming like amount of damage that he's done since January. I was really just thinking a lot about that this Labor Day weekend, and like the concept of time, and how it's mind-boggling that we are in September and it seems like a short period that someone could dismantle the economy, do so much damage in this amount of time. But also it seems like I want to, be like, slow down so we can stop. It just seems like we don't have enough. There's never enough time in the day to report on all these things, just like today. I mean, I literally clipped probably between 200 and 300 things right now, and I will probably only get, we're not going to get to that many of them. Where's the team at? I'm not sure who the team is, but I'm here. Sorry I wasn't around. My father's birthday is actually, I probably shouldn't say that because I've been getting a lot of weird messages from stalkers, or excuse me, MAGA fans. They're fans. They're nice people, but I probably shouldn't. But yeah, I was just celebrating some family birthdays and taking care of my dad's health all weekend. So I'm sorry I have not been around. I need to be. And it looks like I'm going to be gone the first 3 days, at least of next week. So I'm going to try to fit as much information as I can in. And then after that, I've kind of just gave myself a talk this weekend. Then I'm going to buckle down literally for the next 6 months and just focus on what is important, which is this is the most important thing in my life. I mean, my family is, but sometimes it consumes me, and I just want to make sure that I'm doing this because it's important to my continued survival and sanity. Again, I have clipped the entire, the Epstein survivor press conference, and you never know, I've heard people pump up a press conference before and I've been very let down. That was, I think, the best press conference I've ever seen on Capitol Hill in my life. Truly. And every major network, from Newsmax to Real America's Voice, that Marjorine's boyfriend is an executive at, to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Well, Fox, Fox is always in and out, I think. But I think they did cover parts. I mean, I've seen clips from Fox, but yeah. I want to say, look, when you talk about covering a press conference, whether they're having other, just a square and then there's other things going on, yeah, there's always going to be some in and out reporting going on. I'm trying to think, who was it? I don't think it was Fox. I was about to blame it on Fox, but one of the things, I think it was CNN. Of course it was. While some of the survivors were talking, which, I mean, these people did not mince words. My favorite is when they're like, we're making our own list. And I'm like, amen. I can't wait. Let's make our own list. Let's not wait for Trump to release the list. We want your list. Or the part where one of them was like, they're infuriated that Ghislaine Maxwell's in a minimum security prison, and they're like, oh, so Todd Blanche went and interviewed her and couldn't push back on all her lies. They're like, why wasn't I there? I could push back. Everything she said is a lie, and I could have been there and pushed back on all of it. And I was like, oh, these people are serious. This is amazing. This is the best day of my life. So I want to get some more people in here. If everyone can tap the screen before I start the actual package of clips that is this morning's press conference, there's a couple of things I just want to show from yesterday to give context, because and even last week, I've been talking all last week. I kept saying, hey, we're doing shows about other things, but I have all these Epstein clips that I probably at some point should show you guys. I started a separate file, just what I clipped from Epstein today. I think it's 92 clips, but let me just show a couple things just to give context, almost to debunk the lies, just to prepare when we hear, which I think we're all clear that Trump's a pathological liar, but when we start hearing them, I just want to be clear that it's not real. I want to talk to you guys about so many things. I think this is going to be a good day. Okay. I love Michael Popak. I think his actual Midas Touch show is called Legal AF. I almost said Weird AF, and I'm like, that cannot be correct. I love Michael Popak, though. So I'm going to just show a few. I'm going to start the clips. I've got almost 92 clips of that press conference and related coverage just from today. But I want to show a few things from yesterday for context about the different lies that are being spread and things that, the obfuscations and lies that Congress and Trump are spreading. Disgusting. But again, this is Michael Popak. If you've never heard of the Legal AF podcast, it's under the Midas Touch brand. It's a great podcast. And also the story of how Ben Meiselas and Michael Popak met is a good story. They were just opposing. I always talk about how Midas Touch, there are the founders are most of them are lawyers. It's because they all used to like fight each other in court. And then they're like, hey, we should do something together. Oh, sorry, hold on. I gotta unmute.
What do you do when you don't want to actually release the Epstein files? You dump on the public 30,000 pages of crap, which is 97% of stuff already made public, only 3% of new stuff, which represents just 10% of the entire mountain of documents that the DOJ has collected about Epstein, and hope nobody notices. What the House Oversight Committee just did at 6 p.m. last night, on Tuesday night, is to try to step on the story and undermine Representative Massey, a Republican who's been leading the charge along with Democrat Ro Khanna to have the House circumvent the leadership and the committees, do a direct House vote to have the Department of Justice release all of the Epstein files, not the spoon-fed version that we continue to get in September after being promised all of the documents back in February by Pam Bondi and Kash Patel for Donald Trump. I thought it was a good way to kick off this Wednesday morning on Legal AF. We're at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be showing the live of the press conference of 10 victims who are standing up and saying, we are not a hoax. We are not boring details. We were sexually trafficked and abused as children by somebody who was best friends with Donald Trump. And enough with the rehabilitation tour of Ghislaine Maxwell, who participated in our sexual abuse. Representative Massey, joining with Representative Mo Khanna, is not only hosting the live press conference and the 10 victims to speak aloud to the American people in about 2 hours, but he's also the sponsor of an unusual procedural device or technique on the House floor. What do you do when you don't want to actually release the Epstein files? You dump on the public 30,000 pages of crap, which is 97% of stuff already made public, only 3% of new stuff, which represents just 10% of the entire mountain of documents that the DOJ has collected about Epstein, and hope nobody notices. What the House Oversight Committee just did at 6 p.m. last night, on Tuesday night, is to try to step on the story and undermine Representative Massey, a Republican who's been leading the charge along with Democrat Ro Khanna to have the House circumvent the leadership and the committees, do a direct House vote to have the Department of Justice release all of the Epstein files, not the spoon-fed version that we continue to get in September after being promised all of the documents back in February by Pam Bondi and Kash Patel for Donald Trump. I thought it was a good way to kick off this Wednesday morning on Legal AF.
I think that's good. I mean, that's pretty much what I wanted him to say. Like, first and foremost, I mean, we keep hearing some of the lies we keep hearing. Oh, 33,000. Even Anna Paulina Lunatic. Okay, traitor. I thought you were going to sign this. Mind you, remember, before the August congressional break, Congress gets all of August off. And remember, they left even a few days early because they were so scared that discharge petition was going to go through, and they were going to have to, they were going to force a vote on the House floor right then. So Mike Johnson just ended the congressional session a couple days early, so that the 7 days discharge petitions need would lapse when they were on break. Well, back then, I believe we had like 15 Republican signatures. I think before we watch the best press conference I've ever seen in my life, we're about to laugh, cry, be furious. But before we go through all these clips, I think it's important to note that we need 2 signatures as of today. We had more than enough signatures, right? All Democrats are voting yes to release the entirety of the Epstein files, obviously, and protect victims' names, like I'm not talking about that, but to not do any redaction BS. These alleged 33,000 files, which, by the way, Trump has released a statement this week saying that anyone that votes for this discharge petition, anyone that went to this press conference I'm about to show you all of the clips from, he considers it a hostile act. So I just want to be clear, because I mean, this is why I had to stop debating idiots on TikTok. But for all the idiots who don't understand statistical analysis and can't actually do math to definitively understand that conservative legislation has always harmed women and children. You have never, if you believe for a second that conservatives are protectors or promoters of women's rights or women justice for women, like, you would be wrong. As a matter of fact, they through legislation for years have made it mathematically harder for women to get justice, particularly for children to get justice, particularly when we talk about things like S trafficking. So I know it's not true, but for all the MAGA people that dare show their faces talking about how you care about women and children, I think we can disabuse you of that notion today, both mathematically, statistically, and just listen. Is this how you protect women and children? Is this how, by telling the entire Republican caucus in Congress, alleged, now the Republican, now, and I'm not going to say Republicans because I think that's a dumb term, because I think it's meaningless now. Conservatives in Congress, that if they protect children, child S trafficking, or women from S trafficking in any way, if they work in any way to help the victims of a horrific, and remember, this is MAGA, this isn't my dream, this is yours, right? Well, I mean, I understood the reality of this dream because even before MAGA cared about the Epstein stuff, I knew who Alex Acosta was. I was following what he was doing in Florida. But remember when MAGA was like, "Oh, the deep state, it's out. They're doing all this stuff." No, this was it. And you elected the deep state, which is Trump, and these are powerful people who do unseemly things and engage in cover-ups. I mean, I think we're pretty clear on that. Since Trump has been president a second time, all he's done, what we've learned now in our new society, which, don't get me wrong, I always talk about the growing inequality in this country. That's in every area, not just wealth inequality, which is gross. Oh my God. By the way, we're not going to get to it today, but on Friday, I was doing this debate, but I couldn't think of the words I wanted to say if you were there. So I have teachers, don't laugh at me. I always talk about how I have an economics professor chatbot that I have these amazing conversations with. So we were working on some calculations together this weekend. Yeah, it's about, and again, I'm not just making stuff up with a chatbot. I tie this back to sources. So through several different sources, I used to talk about the Rand Corporation says that $50 trillion of wealth inequality has now been transferred, I believe, since 1980 to the top of the economy. We're averaging about 2.5 trillion a year of wealth transferring from, I want to say middle and lower classes, but it's just the lower class to the 1% every single year. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get it. I'll depress you guys economically tomorrow, or something. We'll get into it tomorrow. But today we're going to focus on this. So, there is no doubt, right? And the way we've reordered society, not just financially, but how that plays into situations like this is, if you are Donald Trump, first of all, MAGA, we protect women and children. You elected someone that's been credibly accused dozens of times of essaying women, making disgusting comments about children. You guys don't know how to research or read. So I want to believe you were incapable of finding all these connections between Epstein and Trump, even though we held your hand and walked you through them at every turn and said, it's him, he's the guy. the call is coming from inside the house. Like, and let me show you the difference. When I used to make the mistake of talking to MAGA on the internet, and I would say, Donald Trump's all up in the Epstein files. I'd be like, no, he's not. And they'd be, and then they'd say, what about Bill Clinton? And here's how sane people who can think, how their brains work. When someone says to me, what about Bill Clinton? I say to you, yeah, I've always felt really uncomfortable about Bill Clinton, his treatment of women. Like, I don't need to be on like a private jet with Bill Clinton to know he's a creep. The Monica Lewinsky thing alone, which, by the way, was not just even Democrats, that was Republicans and Democrats. Just what happened to Monica Lewinsky is one of the most terrifying, shameful things that ever happened in our country's history. Like, let me help you, because I don't think you guys have real jobs or ever worked in corporate America, so you don't understand. It doesn't matter the situation. Like, everyone's like, she wanted it. No, some person that works in the White House as a White House aide cannot want something from the president of the United States. That's what we call, people who have vocabularies call, an imbalance of power. When you are in a vertical structure of power, this person is 100% of the time at fault. It does not matter anything else about the situation. So, and that's why I'm saying you'll never catch me defending Bill Clinton. When I was helping the Kamala Harris campaign for free, I've never accepted money to have political views. But when I was going to all those political campaign events and I watched Bill Clinton speak and he he could not say Kamala Harris's name like hundreds of times on 2 different occasions. And I was just like, this man has no respect for women. Like, I don't, like, I'll never respect him. Like, that's just, you don't have, just because you're on the blue team doesn't mean you can't just say, like, hey, something's staring me in front of in my face, so I'm just going to comment on what I think. I think this guy might be a creep. Like, he's giving me creepy vibes. It's given unbelievable creep vibes. And when I watched Obama speak, was I like, oh, this guy's a creep? No, it was like the opposite. Like, you could just tell, oh, there's a decent human being who's going about his life in the right way, and it's okay to be on the red team and be like, hey, I elected a rapist or someone that's been found liable of SA, and the only reason it wasn't grape was because it was so, whatever it was that penetrated E. Jean Carroll in the dressing room was so small, and he had her pinned facing away from him, and she just was like, it was so small, I can't be sure. And I'm not saying that as a joke. That's in the court records. It was so small, she's like, I don't know if it could have been a penis, could have been a pinky finger. Like, that's, and then they're like, well, I mean, just because of the nature of vocabulary in the New York Penal Code, that's funny. This is what we have to go with. Like, that's the only reason. So, miss me when we all have to go through this horror show you're about to hear. Miss me with the we care about women and children. You guys are literal S-bags. All of you are S-bags. Every time you guys sit online and I try to talk to you about SA and how 1 in 3 women in this country have experienced it, and statistically who they experience it from, which this is going to come as an unbelievable shock. It is not random, undocumented people that are essaying people. We are experiencing it from people who have familiarity and access to us. Family members, friends of family, people that build trust with us, tell us they care about us, and then essay us, right? I mean, that's the reality. And now, Donald Trump, who, when it was convenient, I think this is what is infuriating me the most this morning, profited, was elected, I mean, at every turn for the last, how many years has it been? Like 10 years? He's used Epstein as like, oh, yeah, we need to do something about that. I'm the only one that wants to do something about that. I'll do something about it. Look at me. It'll be me. I'm going to do something about it. He got all of this political capital, and MAGA got to pretend, which again, that's because you guys can't read or do math. You guys have never been defenders of women and children. You've made it nearly impossible for women to get justice in SA cases. Anytime I talk to you guys, with your whole chest, you're saying we're all liars. 100% of women happen to be liars. And if you have ever taken a statistics class, which of course you haven't, because that happens in college, that's not possible. That's not how it works. It can't be everyone. This has happened to someone. If 28 people have credibly accused Trump, they're not all lying. And then you start making, well, they wanted it to. I mean, you guys, every day we have to hear this from you. It's delusional. Anyways, hold on really quick. Let me keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. Let's get to 1 million. I'm sure we're going to feel we're about to feel a very wide range of feelings. I want to show just 2 factual clips really quick from our new official head of oversight and accountability, Robert Garcia, that I meant to show you last week when these document dumps were happening, of Robert Garcia just being like, no. Which I don't even think I added this clip, and I didn't think about it till I saw the lies Trump was telling after this press conference. But also, there are clips out there, MAGA, if you're interested in the truth. You know, one of the lies that I've heard being uttered by Trump or people around Trump is that Bill Barr went to Congress during the congressional break and was deposed under oath and said, Trump has never done anything wrong. He said the opposite. You can find testimony of non-liars who were in there. These transcripts aren't fully available, so otherwise I would have read it and I could tell you for sure. But I just want to be clear that there are many people who were in that room. Donald Trump's just a pathological liar. The majority of people in that room say that Bill Barr said the opposite. I cannot clear Donald Trump. That's what he said. He's like, no, I cannot clear him of wrongdoing in any of this. So that's one I think I heard Trump muttering, which that's another thing we need to get to. Trump is a basket case, right? Trump doesn't even know what's going on, so we can't really ask him anything about what he did or didn't do. So let me just show you these 2 clips before we get to the clips of this press conference, which, again, the best press conference I've ever seen happen today. Kudos to whoever organized that. And that was the largest gathering of Epstein victims, I guess, ever in history. It was super powerful.
Congressman Robert Garcia, it's great to see you today. I've got to ask you, we know the Department of Justice has turned over some subset of what they're calling the Epstein files based on the subpoena that you pushed forward, and you were able to get this subpoena sent to the Department of Justice. So I have to ask you, how many files did you receive? What were in the files that you received? Is the cover-up just continuing?
I mean, Ben, what we got was complete bullshit. And we demanded the full Epstein files, and that's not what was sent over. The White House cover-up clearly continues. What they sent us was 33,000 pages of essentially documents that have already been in the public domain. And so 97% of those 33,000 pages are court records, documents, reports that everyone already has, that the public already has and has reviewed. And so instead of actually sending us the client list, information related to Epstein and his crimes, those who have been involved in the serious damage and harm that he has caused, we didn't get actually any of that. So that is incredibly.
The reason I want you to, I just want to be clear, and again, this is the ranking member of Oversight and Accountability. The reason I want to say that is because Monday, Tuesday, especially yesterday, all day long, people who were going to sign this discharge petition to release all the Epstein files, like Anna Paulina Lunatic, have now backtracked, are lying and saying, Oh, Trump's hasn't just released these 33,000 pages to Congress, but he's putting them on a website tonight for the public. Like, actually, I'm not going to skip around too much because I'm going to get to this press conference in just a second. But let me just show you a screenshot that I just remembered I have from the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Lisa. Oh my God, Lisa, what? Teresa Leger Fernandez. Here, look. This is what the 33,000 pages for. It's literally, and this is how dumb you are, Magga. And I want to be clear. I'm a former teacher. You don't have to stay dumb. This is not a permanent condition. I am challenging you because you guys only respond to negative reinforcement. You guys love, and I'm saying this because observably, you guys want to be used, abused, robbed, and lied to by Donald Trump, who's a malignant narcissist. I also happen to be raised by a malignant narcissist with a much higher IQ than Trump. So I'm going to speak to you like in the way that my mother, or people who have been abused by narcissists understand. You like when Trump's mean? Okay, prove to me you're not idiots. This is from the head of the Rules Committee. So Trump has ridiculous news. Why this House committee releases 33,290 pages of Epstein-related records, and the ranking member of the Rules Committee says, "Here's what the files Republicans just released looks like. Who's to say Trump's name isn't behind those black boxes? Release the full files and bring justice to women and children survivors." And I think today, when we go through this press conference, it's going to answer the question of, which, to be clear, in this bill, that we're trying to get to the House floor with the discharge petition, it does say that the names of survivors will be protected. The names of the children that this happened to will be protected. But you're going to hear these people saying, the power coming off of these survivors is amazing. Like, they're just like, release it all, or we're going to start doing interviews and release it. It's like, okay. Cool. And I want to just show one interview from Dan Goldman last night, because Dan Goldman was he's a representative heir to the Levi's fortune. He represents the southern tip of Manhattan, which, if you're familiar with the map of Manhattan, that is Wall Street. And he is a very proficient lawyer. He's amazing on oversight in the Judiciary Committee. So he was being interviewed, and he made a couple of good points that I didn't hear anywhere else. I just want to play these two clips, and then we'll get this press conference started. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 100K. I've spent 6 hours this morning putting this together. If you like my work, this is my job. This is my Cash App and Venmo. Please do support my work gift. Please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 375 subscriptions. That's the yellow star in the bottom left corner. I appreciate it. And actually, Cash App and Venmo will be good because I've got to possibly drive to Vegas next week. It's a long story. I've got to do some stuff there that I don't want to do, but family comes first. So I have a sick uncle there who probably have to drive my dad there. He had a heart attack. He's had several, though. I'm not saying he's imminently. He survived a few, but my dad wants to go see his brother. So I think that's why I might miss the first 3 days of next week. Okay. So again, this is yesterday. What a cool name. Monster Rocket. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it so much. This is last night. And I just want everyone to know, I do have the clips of the crazy yelling that went on in the Rules Committee last night and everything, but we're going to start with the press conference, and then based on time, we'll backtrack to those arguments, which were also crazy.
Congressman, do you think, it seems like there's nothing really new in these so far.
There's nothing new. This is all a charade. This is all an effort by the DOJ at Trump's direction to collaborate with Chairman James Comer and the top Republicans in Congress to give the Republicans enough so that they have political cover to conceal the Epstein files and whatever it is in there that Donald Trump is so desperate to hide after he was so desperate for it to be released.
I heard, Congressman, do you
Love Dan Goldman. After he got all of the political clout and social capital from MAGA, who at what point are you going to realize that every single thing Donald Trump has told you was a lie? He lied about this. He is the swamp. Like, if hopefully we'll get to his new $5 billion crypto grift. He just grifted another $5 billion while you idiots continue to seem confused about who he is.
Mike Johnson shut down Congress a week early because he didn't even want to deal with these Epstein files. But the fact of the matter is this is a cover-up. This is a massive cover-up. They're not just stonewalling. They're trying to do it through charades and sleight of hand, so to speak. But they are covering something up. This Donald Trump was hot to trot, and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were leading the charge to release the Epstein files. Now, all of a sudden, they don't want them released. They are trying to hide something. And by releasing these documents, most of which have been released before, others will not have any relevant information. My suspicion is that the Oversight Committee is colluding with the Department of Justice. If you look at a resolution, an alternative resolution they're going to present this week, it does not call for the witness statements. It gives all sorts of, goes through many different sections, types of information that should be released. It does include the witness statements. If it doesn't include the witness statements, then it doesn't include the core of the Epstein files.
Congressman Goldman, I appreciate your time. Thanks very
much. Again, and that's why I wanted you to hear that. So everything you're about to hear, right? For some reason, Trump doesn't want the original witness statements to be heard. Why wouldn't you want the people who were actually there, who are saying, this is what I know, this is what I saw, this is what I heard, whilst I was being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and his really rich friends? And I think the answer to this question, and again, first, I just want to be clear. So what you're going to hear a lot about on Fox News and things is, this is just, who cares about, this is just political what the Democrats are doing. This is bipartisan, right? Like Marjorie Taylor Greene was at this press conference, right? And this is a total and complete release outside of redacting victims' names of these files, right? So Trump doesn't want the actual people who were victimized and who witnessed the victimization to be heard. Don't you think that's strange? When you're pretending to care about women and children, it's almost like, and once you see this press conference, you'll know exactly why. Because, one of Jeffrey Epstein's apparent best tool of control of these women was saying, like, Donald Trump's my best friend. Like, you better watch out. If you say or do the wrong thing, I have friends in high places. That was one of the biggest threats, was Donald Trump against these women who are being trafficked. Like, children at the time. Sorry, I'm just picturing from this press conference. Wait, sorry. I'm just trying to switch the slide, but TikTok Studio changed on me. Okay, oh yeah. This is again one last clip, because the other thing they're trying to remember. So the way they're trying, every single thing Trump is doing is to try to distract from this right now. Trump is losing his mind, but the main one is he has James Comer. Whilst these victims are telling their stories, he had James Comer on CNN being like, this is just a political stunt. Republicans have our own resolution. Well, I thought, remember, the first story was, we don't need Congress to do anything. The DOJ is releasing everything. The DOJ released nothing. They did it all over again. Everything. They did the Epstein binder sleight of hand trick again. And MAGA seems, honestly, they seem less mad this time. Like, maybe they actually believe Donald Trump released something to them. 97% of those 33,000 pages available in the public domain. Most everything else is redacted. There is no new information. And if there was, I would be fascinated to know what it is. But I haven't heard of anything that isn't already known in the public domain. So you got Epstein bindered a second time. Then now that didn't work so good. Now Congress is back in session. So to try to detract from what Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are doing together, this is a bipartisan resolution and bill. To try to distract from that, now Comer's like, I have my own bill. Don't worry. I'm going to release everything. And that's what you heard Dan Goldman talking about. No, they're not. That bill is, again, lets the DOJ pick and choose, and by DOJ, I mean former lobbyist for the Middle East, Pam Bondi, who is the literal swamp, to again cover for Trump. So that's when you hear Thomas Massie saying things like, hey, my legislation's not redundant. That's what they're trying to now sell to dumb MAGA people is, oh, we're going to do it anyways. Well, if it's the same, then why don't you just vote for this one, dummies? If yours is just as good, why don't you have 100 Epstein survivors behind you on the Capitol steps? How dumb do you think people are? And MAGA is not smart. And by the way, before I get started on this press conference, Mac58, thank you for resubscribing. Writerman 2160. I love that name. I love writers. Thank you for subscribing. And I got Monster Rocket. Thank you again for subscribing. Sorry, I'm just going to make sure I'm trying my best to thank everyone. I appreciate any and all support. Okay, so I just wanted to play this last clip before we get to the best press conference of all time. This is Thomas Massie. This is not the clip I was talking about. Here we go. I think this is it.
Is there more information?
This is the wrong clip. I have the clip later in the presentation. But again, basically, Trump did this thing yesterday where he's like, if you vote for this, if you go to that press conference, I consider it a hostile act. I mean, I just want you to know that a hostile act is being a spy for Russia. Oh my God, I wish we had time today for me to tell you more. Turns out the guy who worked in the Trump administration, I don't know if anyone's seen this, he was a spy for Russia. Trump got honeypotted. Literally. The guy who hired and fired every single person in the Trump administration is a goddamn Russian spy. I mean, allegedly. Remember when they said Eric, I talked about it. I was like, where did this guy come from? And Trump just liked him because he kept raising so much money out of nowhere for him. His name was Sergio Gar. It turns out his name's like Gorkowski. Yeah. Oh, we'll get we'll get there. Actually, Trump has failed. Thank you for the tiny diny. I love tiny dinies. Thank you for the other gifts as well. I'm going to update. I am so tempted to just veer off course and tell you about Trump hiring who is most likely, again, allegedly, in my opinion, a Russian spy, all according to some other people's reporting. And can you imagine? But that's another conversation. Hopefully we'll get to it. I'm not going to get derailed. Let's get on to this morning. Okay, so prior to the press conference starting, a lot of people were doing media this morning. It was crazy. It was like Sunday morning politics.
But I think it's notable that even in our discussions with the victims yesterday, we were told that many of them have never even seen their own FBI files, and we're told that they were being withheld by the federal government because of national interest. So it's clear that the federal government at the highest levels for decades has been conducting a cover-up of what actually happened in this case and the people who were involved in it.
So do you trust Bondi and the DOJ to be transparent about what they're putting out there?
I mean, not only do I not trust them to be transparent, they are actively involved in a cover-up right now. But I think it's notable that even
oh my gosh, Scott, don't do it to my ADHD. Yes, letting it nut lick. If you say Howard, just Transpose the L and the N, and his name is Nutlick. Yes, I do know, Scott, about Howard Nutlick profiting off tariffs. The man who is on TV talking all the time, but that's not the only way, by the way. Howard Nutlick is so corrupt in many ways. I could take you, following the money is my favorite activity. I could take you down so many rabbit holes of Nutlick corruption. But yeah, like, just know that Howard Nutlick is personally profiting off this ridiculous tariff strategy of this regressive tax that no one can afford. Nutlick and Cantor and his two, like, creepy sons are directly profiting off of it. We'll get there, trust me. That I told you I made like 3 presentations today, but trust me, this will be very interesting as well. Okay, so this is actually, I forgot. This is actually not this morning. This is really, really late last night when all the arguments in the Rules Committee were going on and everything. But I just think it's a good point. That's why I added it here.
Back today, he says we're going to vote on a resolution that expresses support for the Oversight Committee's continued investigation of this matter. And that gives Republicans like a little out so they can say, we're voting to release the files, but not like actually, just like we're voting to let James Comer continue to pretend he's trying to release the files. And then when Massey made this accusation that, well, the White House is whipping against my bipartisan discharge petition, I reached out to the White House, and I was told from an official, helping Thomas Massey and liberal Democrats with their attention-seeking, while the DOJ is fully supporting a more comprehensive file release effort from the Oversight Committee, again, James Comer, would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration.
That's just not just calling members and saying don't vote against us. That is going on the record saying this would be a hostile act to the administration, voting for a discharge position that would essentially require the DOJ to release the Epstein files, broadly defined, what would be an affront to what Trump wants. And that's like, they don't, did they lay
I want to be clear that they said that the people that were in Sakot, who were turns out the majority of them were in the United States legally and had never committed a crime anywhere in the world, those brown people were hostiles. Remember? I mean, that's how crazy this is. He's telling conservatives, like, I will ruin your life if you support this bipartisan discharge position. And that's why, again, as of today, we need 2 more Republican votes. We have all the Democratic votes we need, and we have I believe Boebert's still in. I don't know. She seemed very scared yesterday. Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey. I feel like there's one more, but remember, like, Tim Burchett, like, all these people were like, yeah, I'm with you. Where are they now? Shocking. This is always what they do. And again, this morning, this was what Robert Garcia said right before going out to the press conference.
When you campaign for president and you demand and you say you're going to release the files, and you do this for years, and then you win and you completely flip-flop, that is a cover-up. We know that Pam Bondi has already told the president, and she's been clear, that he's in the files. It's been widely reported. And then we know that the president and Pam Bondi try to dismiss the files and not get them released. And so they have the power right now to get all the files out to the American public and to their supporters that they have betrayed over and over again. That release last night was a joke. The information was already public. We're demanding all the full files, and they need to comply with the subpoena immediately. When you campaign...
So this is the actual press conference this morning, and understand, so there was a press conference where over 100 plus survivors that were children trafficked by Epstein were there. And then next, like in another area in DC, there was like another rally going on in support of these survivors. Where, like, I don't know. I mean, I know who Gloria Allred is. Hopefully everyone, she's one of the most famous lawyers in the world. Like, she was speaking, a bunch of other victims and advocates. Like, this was a huge thing going on all morning and past lunch in DC. It was super cool to see. Oh, I know, Rare Princess. Oh, I'm on that. Like, which I actually... So I'll just say this now, and I think I have a couple clips, but they waited for it to stop and then started again, so you could like re-clip. But Rare Princess was saying I should just pin it, so everyone's like, "What is not like what if?" I'll try to do that more. Yeah, there were these military low jet flyovers while these survivors are trying to tell their stories and while people are trying to speak, which in my opinion was not a coincidence at all. There's these flyovers. Oh no. And I found people waited and spoke again. I think I have most everything clearly clipped, but you know why I think this happened? You just have to be me. Like I always talk about, I've never missed a Trump rally. I rarely miss even a Trump press conference. I don't subject you to them anymore, but I watch them just because I like to watch people's mannerisms, their mental health, physical health failing, all the things. And if you know, Trump acts like he has like the most prime slice of real estate in Palm Beach. He doesn't. It's literally like in the parking lot of the Palm Beach airport. And one of my favorite things is when Trump tries to do press conferences outside the front door of his house. That's why he doesn't do it anymore. And there's just literally private jets, literally scraping the top of his house and landing, and nobody can hear him. And he's always like, "Oh, these planes," and he can't stop it. Yeah, you live in the parking lot of an airport. So I think it makes perfect sense that he's like, yeah, like, I live in the parking lot of an airport. Like, I'll just use planes. No one will be able to hear what they're saying. It makes perfect sense because Trump used to love to talk like at the front of Mar-a-Lago and can't because it's like, oh, we didn't know you lived in an airport. So anyways, but that's why I thought that was funny. But yeah, multiple journalists were reporting like these random military flyovers. I read a couple independent journalists saying like, I've been working in DC for a long time. Like, this is not normal. Like, you know, it's that Trump is trying to make it hard for people to hear, allegedly. I mean, or let's just say multiple journalists are reporting on this, like how strange it is that would, over a no-fly zone. Understand that because of national security, there's not planes flying over this area of DC because it's a hostile act. So all of a sudden there's like military jets scrambling and drowning. I don't know. It was just unbelievable. And it made me think of Trump screaming over people's private jets landing at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, like he did that from personal experience. If he did, I'm just saying, allegedly.
We begin the work of bringing this country together. Progressives, independents, moderates, and yes, MAGA supporters, to demand truth and justice. A nation that allows rich and powerful men to traffic and abuse young girls without consequence is a nation that has lost its moral and spiritual core. Americans are asking a very simple question. How is it possible that in the richest, most powerful country in the world, there are corrupt special interest forces?
That's an echo you're hearing because of it, because of the echoing of things. That's not our sound. His voice is echoing.
Forces, both foreign or domestic, that are preventing the release, that have a stranglehold on our government and are preventing the release of the full Epstein files. There is something that is rotten in Washington. Less than 1% of these files have been released. We are demanding today on the discharge petition that all of the files be released. We know we have 212 Democrats and we have 4 Republicans, courageous Republicans like Thomas Massey, Nancy Mace, who was so emotional yesterday after talking to the survivors, Congresswoman Boebert, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We need just 2 more signatures to force the release. So we gather here on the steps of the Capitol to confront these corrupt forces. Today we stand with survivors. We stand against big money. we stand to protect America's children. We begin.
Again, I just want to point out 0 male conservatives have the spine or the balls or whatever to go against Trump. It is always women. It's always minorities or black women, right, who are standing up to Trump. Why does not one white man? You guys remember we had to get rid of DEI because you guys were the most capable, the most brave, the most intelligent, and yet Trump abolished DEI to hire the least qualified people. It seems like conservative white males in Congress are absolutely spineless, and I'm talking about prior to the 1 month break. I'm sure they all got a call from Trump. They were all like, yeah, we're signing this. They're ghost town, nowhere to be found. But we still need 2 signatures for justice and to get the actual release of the Epstein files, because again, white male conservatives in Congress seem to be spineless cowards per usual. And someone, I think it was Loris, who was like, I still don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, I just need to say something. We don't need to say that anymore. Like, I don't, but, just because Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to care about this, or I could make the argument, she's dug herself into such a hole with this with people and said she was going to support it, and she's been driving this train for so long. If she hopped off, and let me just say this, as a woman, a conservative woman, she would be ran over for it. She's going to be the first one under the wheels of the bus. But apparently, if you're just a coward, a white male conservative coward who's spineless, like, you can slink away in shame and not be held accountable. I mean, I would like to see MAGA hold some people accountable who said they wanted the complete release of the Epstein files whilst protecting the victims' names, and have now backed out. But I don't know. Like, it seems like MAGA men who support Trump that aren't in Congress are even more coward. Like, they're even bigger cowards. So I don't know who's going to hold these people accountable. We're not holding them accountable for robbing us, for stealing health care, for allowing Trump to grift and do this shit with tariffs. It is Congress. At any moment Congress wants to stop this tariff stuff, they can stop it. Republicans, they are predominantly white male conservatives in Congress that at any moment can stop this, but won't. They're all cowards. So am I surprised they couldn't show up this morning, even though you spent months and years saying this was what you demanded and wanted, and now none of you had the nerve to show up? No, I'm not surprised at all. You guys are complete cowards in every area of your life.
I hope my colleagues are watching this press conference. I want them to think, what if this was your sister? What if this was your daughter? When these survivors speak, the Washington establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe that 2 individuals created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved, that nobody else did anything that rose to a criminal enterprise. The American people know that's not true. Now, the Speaker of the House just offered a fig leaf to my colleagues. They're going to vote on a non-binding resolution today that does absolutely nothing. I appreciate the efforts of my colleague James Comer, who's leading the Oversight Committee. They may find some information, but they're allowing the DOJ to curate all of the information that the DOJ is giving them. If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain. So I'm calling on my colleagues. Be one of the next 2 who sponsors this discharge petition. I think it's shameful that this has been called a hoax. Hopefully today we can clear that up. This is not a hoax. This is real. There are real survivors. There are real victims to this criminal enterprise. and the perpetrators are being protected because they're rich and powerful and political donors to the establishment here in Washington, D.C. So today we're standing with these survivors and we're giving them a voice, and I want to close by thanking them. They are brave. I hope they encourage other survivors to come forward and to tell their stories, not just of Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, but anywhere in the country. This is a message that we are sending. This is a litmus test. Can we drain the swamp? Are there people who are outside of the reach of the law? I don't think there should be. So hopefully today we'll get 2 more signatures on the discharge petition. That's all we need. I hope.
Amen. And again, this is one of the farthest right Republicans of all. I mean, he's not a real libertarian, but the closest you're going to see in Congress to a libertarian is probably Thomas Massey. Truly. You can't get farther right than this. And he called it correct. This is the swamp. You guys, but the problem is that Trump told you it was all Democrats. It's not. Right? If you have the propensity to do horrific things to little children, that has nothing to do with political alignment, right? There are people that have that propensity hiding on the left and the right, right? I mean, this is not about politics, and I think you'll hear the survivors say that over and over and over and over. This is not about politics. Oh, and I was going to show you guys, if you're wondering, like, I think some of the most complete versions of these accounts, because I spent a lot of time looking for like the most complete clips and like as much as I could get. I've talked about this account before, but if you're not following it, Home of the Brave, it's like at of the Brave USA. I think of all the cover, I mean, there's a lot of coverage of this. I think theirs was like, in terms of like, you can see like each survivor kind of itemized out and all the clips. I used this primarily of the Brave USA, and then Fact Post News, and then like I usually use like Aaron Rupar and Asin from Midas Touch. But like I think Home of the Brave was really trying their best to like get the full story here. So I would suggest if you're looking for these clips, that's where I would look. But yeah, I have a ton of clips from different places, and then I added some at the end of just things I was like, I don't want this in case I don't have it, like let me make sure I have it. And I also have Trump's response. I saw what you said, Navy vet. If you mean like what Trump said after this press conference was done, when he was in the White House doing what he does every morning, which is just tell a series of dementia-fueled lies. Yeah, I have his response as well. So we'll get there, but I'm just trying to tell this story in chronological order as best I can. But again, it's super strange to say, MAGA, this was your goal. 100% of you wanted all of the Epstein files to be released. You said if it wasn't all, there was a conspiracy. Something was wrong. And now that Trump's like, can't be all, you guys are like, some of you are like, never mind, I don't care about children, which you do every time, right? Thoughts and prayers for the kids. Whatever delusional story Donald Trump wants to tell about why we don't need to keep women and children safe, I guess that's true. Thoughts and prayers. You guys are cowards. I mean, truly, MAGA men are cowards. I say that every time. I mean, when I do these lives, I'm talking to MAGA men. You guys are all cowards, truly. And I say that because just by nature of being born a woman in this country, it's terribly hard to survive. Forget about then, transitioning to be a woman. Like, that is a labor of love that I will never, like, I mean, it's like, hey, I would like less respect in the world. Like, yeah, like, you have no idea. So when I do the People's Receipts, it's geared towards insecure, conservative white men who cannot read or do math, who literally change their minds based on a guy that says men shouldn't wear makeup, has a full face of makeup on, is in drag every single day. And you guys are too dumb to even be like, wait a minute, if it's weird for men to, if drag is bad, why is the guy I voted for in drag 24 hours a day? And nobody yet has even been able to figure it out. That's specifically who I'm talking to. Because God knows it's hard enough to be a woman in this world. I don't need to beat women down. It just happens. Yes, Captain Jack Sparrow does wear eyeliner, you monster rocket. Yes. JD Vance, Tony Gonzalez, look up Representative Tony Gonzalez. He takes that eyeliner to a place. Like, I had to have like a makeup artist come up to me and be like, "We're not doing black line eyeliner under the eyes." Someone tell the men. They no one told them. Wait, hold on. Is this? Okay, yeah. That's the clip. Wait, no. Is this a second clip? Hold on. Sorry. I just don't want to miss any. No, yeah. That's the clip I played. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, this is what I was talking about. So Aaron Rupar, which I like how he does this, it's like he's not always just covering like everyone's covering this press conference. So he's covering like, well, at least in this clip, the Republican response. So Trump has creepy James Comer on CNN while the press conference is playing, like shitting on it, which was it was making me furious. Like, James Comer, you are not a man.
Democrats on your committee say 97% of the Epstein-related documents from the U.S. Justice Department released to the American people last night were already public. What do you say to that?
Well, the 3% that weren't public, that's 3% more than Joe Biden released when he was president. Look, President Trump is complying with our subpoena, with my subpoena. He's turning over documents. We posted 34,000 last night.
So again, none of this is true. I just want to be clear. The only president that did anything about this was Joe Biden. Joe Biden put Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. We were trying to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein, and he, while Trump was president, ended up no longer with us in a prison. So yeah, like, let me help you for people, because I know MAGA. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. No, that's just, if that made sense to you, that's just another sign you're an idiot. Yeah, whilst you're busy prosecuting a person, fighting off a pandemic, have Trump full-time. Trump is controlling the Congress, the legislative branch, while you're the president of the United States, and they're trying to impeach you, make up lies about your son and family, trying to impeach the director of Homeland Security, trying to shit on Fauci, who is a literal international hero for his work on infectious disease. Yeah, you're kind of busy, but the only president, just to be clear, who's held anyone accountable for this was in fact Joe Biden. Like, and just if any words conservatives are saying make sense to you, then you're an idiot, or you're actively engaged in a cover-up of child sex trafficking. You can decide which one, or it's a combination of both. That's who you are now. Thank you for extending your subscription, Electric Girl. I appreciate it so much. We're almost to 200K. Keep tapping. That was 20K. Second zero. Like a log. Thank you so much. I'm going to update the gift goals. Thank you for reminding me. And this is my Cash App and Venmo. All of my research and the hard work I do on the people's receipts and otherwise, it relies on your tips and donations. Thank you for your support. Sorry I interrupted in the middle, but when Comer tells his pack of lies, I become infuriated.
We expect to get more documents. As soon as we get those documents and review to make sure none of the victims' names are listed who don't want their names listed, then we're going to put those online.
Already redacted. That's what the DOJ. I mean, I'm just telling. He's lying. Like, remember, it turned out, unfortunately, we had to have people come forward and say there were 1,000 DOJ employees who have been directed to go through terabytes of Epstein files and flag every time Trump's name is in them. And then that was originally under the pretext of redacting the victims' names. And then it came out, they're like alerting Pam Bondi to how much Trump's in there. But no, they're redacted. You received them redacted. You don't redact government documents, James Comer. You're not in charge of what are you talking about? Like, you sit with a black marker in the Oversight and Accountability Committee and redact things? No, you don't.
As well, and we're going to seek justice for the survivors, and I think that's what the objective of this investigation should be. It's to find out, not only the names of who some of the people were that abused the girls, but also to hold many of these criminals accountable, and that's what the victims who we met with yesterday asked us to do.
Democrats on your committee.
The victims seem to hate you a lot. Like, what are you talking about? They seem to really not like you. So again, this is just a second part of Thomas Massie speaking, which I was like, okay, I do have it, and a better video and sound. Sorry, different networks
The
had such
Washington
bad
establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe that two individuals created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved, that nobody else did anything that rose to a criminal enterprise. The American people know that's not true. Now, the Speaker of the House just offered a fig leaf to my colleagues. They're going to vote on a non-binding resolution today that does absolutely nothing. I appreciate the efforts of my colleague James Comer, who's leading the Oversight Committee. They may find some information, but they're allowing the DOJ to curate all of the information that the DOJ is giving them. If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain. So I'm calling on my colleagues.
Imagine saying we released 33,000 pages and it's just black. That's truly what they are. Go look through them. Figure that out for yourself, that there's nothing there. Like, I'm talking to MAGA men who think they know what they're talking about. I mean, that's the reality. And he said James Comer might discover something. I want to believe that's sarcasm. I just want to say, since Trump's first term, I've never missed a congressional hearing. Let me say that again. Since 2020, after J6th, I've never missed a congressional hearing. So when Biden was in the presidency and Trump was trying to pull strings and say, you need to discredit him this way, James Comer, I have never watched James Comer hold a hearing in good faith, ever. It has not happened. If anyone can show me a hearing where Republicans in good faith were questioning people, you show me that hearing. There was there was a guy who agreed to be on a bipartisan COVID committee. His name was Brad Weinstrup. He's a doctor and a representative from Ohio, and he was horrified but don't get me wrong, he went along with the whole thing. Letting Marjorie Taylor Greene spread medical disinformation and misinformation while he sat as co-chair of that committee, but then was, quote, colleagues and people said, oh, he's miserable behind the scenes. But none of you have ever done a thing to stop wasting millions and millions and millions and millions of our taxpayer dollars on fake hearings where you spread misinformation and disinformation. There have been people, which we can't prosecute any Congress people for perjury. They're protected under speech and debate clause. Byron Donalds has been caught altering text messages in visual aids live in hearings. These are the most disingenuous waste of time people on earth. So I'm just saying, I think, and I just want to be clear, that is the normal language of Congress, to be oh, my gentle colleagues may find something, but I doubt it. That is just the nature of how you're supposed to speak in Congress. But I want to be clear. Republicans are wasting our tax dollars in every form and fashion. Doge cost us. Remember that? MAGA men? You were here we go. We're going to save money now. You just got your data stolen. You guys have no idea what's going on. Why didn't those save you any money, weirdos? Can't.
Be one of the next two who sponsors this discharge petition. I think it's shameful that this has been called a hoax. Hopefully today we can clear that up. This is not a hoax. This is real. There are real survivors. There are real victims to this criminal enterprise. And the perpetrators are being...
And right after, you're going to probably want to cry when you have to hear all this. And just know that Trump, again, right after all this happened, said that they were all lying and it was a hoax. Like, he's a shitbag, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. But I mean, if you care about the victims of child sex trafficking, that's the only logical conclusion. It isn't just to be like, oh, let me pretend this isn't happening and do nothing about it, like all insecure, spineless MAGA men do every single day. Okay, here is Marjorie Taylor Greene's first clip speaking at this press conference, which I'll just say this. I'm less concerned like with her motivations or why. I don't disagree with a word she said. I think that later in the press conference, I haven't seen a lot of people clip it. I think I have the clip where I could tell she's scared of what's going to happen to her because of this. But I want to just paint a picture of why I think Marjorie's in this place. Actually, and I don't want to scare anyone because I'm about to say some things that are going to be controversial, but these are, like I said, I see the world in patterns. I just see patterns trickling out. Like, people to me are just a series of patterns of human behavior. And like, that's it. Marjorie, that's what I call her, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert started in Congress at the same time. And you remember Marjorie yelling at, like the way she got pretty famous was going around yelling at pew pew victims, which I'm not saying she's still not gross on 2A, but that's how she came to fame. And Boebert kind of was, in my opinion, mirroring what she was doing. And they were getting money from the NRA because they needed women that would support this, like, could show up when children had been unalived and say horrible things like this and chase down people who were trying to testify in front of Congress to protect children. But like, what Marjorie has now realized, and I'm saying this, the pattern I'm calling out for Marjorie is she was born in privilege. Maybe she does not see it as privilege, but I was raised on like government, real food stamps that used to like come in a book, and your mom had to take them out of the cash register and everyone was like disgusted by it. Like that, I had less than nothing as a child, quite literally. Like it, that's the funniest thing is when MAGA men say like, oh, all these people are living off the government. If you tried to live off of what you got in SNAP money, you'd be dead. You would no longer be alive because you could not. Like, we'd have to go to like 6 different churches, get like food boxes, get SNAP money, and still you are starving. Like, and that's why I think it's hilarious when they're like, they're just trying to get a free ride. I'd be dead if any human being tries to live off SNAP money, they are going to die. They will not make it. Like, that's how I know you don't know. And Marjorie's like, I worked so hard. I just want to be clear, as someone who does research, her parents owned a very successful commercial real estate firm or company, and she has basically inherited it or, has like a stake in it. She has a huge stock portfolio. She did get her own MBA at the University of Georgia, which was... I mean, you can buy your grades, but yes, that was shocking to me that she did somehow get an MBA. Like, she did go to business school, but I'm saying she comes from a huge place of privilege, which I don't think she sees as that, right? And that's why, and I think what has happened, her introduction, right? She was like this princess who's like, yeah, everyone's just whining about things and misogyny's not real. And I think her experience in Congress has shown her like the game, and I've watched her change. I've watched her get a lot quieter. I've watched her, like, I think, and this is my opinion, but when I watched the biggest drop off in her pattern of behavior, she thought when Trump got elected a second time, I mean, and she's right. If you are giving out cabinet positions based on who lied and who performed the most, you know, in the public sphere, like who told the most lies, who carried the most water, you know, for Donald Trump, she should be in that cabinet. There are way dumber people than her. She should be running the FAA. Like, we've got a D-list celebrity running the FAA who's like friends of a guy credibly accused of rape who's now running the Department of Defense. Like, but what she didn't understand is you're a woman. It doesn't matter if you lived a charmed life in Georgia. Doesn't matter how loud you scream and how loud you kick. They have zero respect for you or your existence. And I think like that lesson of like, you know, what happened to Margarine, I talked about it more out loud as it relates to like Byron Donalds and Tim Scott. She got Tim Scotted, you know, like, oh, here's my fake VP candidates. And if you are valued in any way and you are a VP consideration, then you go into the cabinet. But no, you don't if you're black or if you're a woman in Donald Trump's world. He's a known racist / misogynist. Or let me just say this, and I'm not talking about in his heart. Narcissists just see pawns, right? Like, it's not about that. I'm talking about his history of actual documented history in business and otherwise of discrimination and SA against women. Like, he does not see... And I think Margarine has started to see that, right? And one of the most interesting periods of Margarine's history to me, like if I was going to write her biography, was watching, if you remember when she first got to Congress, Kevin McCarthy like took her under his wing, and Kevin McCarthy is the swamp, right? Like, he is the mayor of K Street, which is where all the lobbyist firms are, right? Like, he's the rainmaker of money, and he kind of taught her like, no, you got to shut up and listen to me. This is how things work. And he's the one that kind of taught her like how Washington works, like how it operates. Then she started getting caught in the unusual whales reports for outperforming the stock market. Yeah, I think Margarine has learned a lot of hard lessons in Congress, and she could easily not have been here today, but she still was. That's all I'll say. And I hate Margarine for so many reasons. Like, I could list 10,000 reasons right now why I will never respect her. But I'll say this: I heard in this press conference that she was kind of scared. And it's also very she's a narcissist. You know, I'm not saying she has narcissistic personality disorder. I'm saying it's a very narcissistic to, whilst you are surrounded by trafficking victims, to start pleading for yourself, to be like, at the end of the conference, she's like, some of us who have crossed party lines are in trouble, please help us. Like, it's like, you're surrounded by people whose entire lives have been a nightmare. And Margarine's like, help me. Like, I'm dying out here. It's like, so she's feeling the pressure, and she still showed up. And that's the point, though. If you're going to scream as loud as Margarine does, if you're going to try to say that Jasmine Crockett isn't hot AF and intelligent AF, if you're going to go after people day after day, then you need to be as strong as those words. That's all I'm saying. And today, when all of the insecure, spineless, white MAGA men disappeared into the shadows that said they were a lock on this discharge petition, Lauren Boebert was there, Marjorie Taylor Greene was there, Nancy Mace was there. You know what I'm saying? Because every woman in this country intimately knows, if you have not been full-on raped, you've been essayed. And I'm talking about 5 to 10 times just in high school. You guys know what I'm saying. Every single woman, whether you want to or not, understands what these people are talking about. And actually, after this, I'm going to show you Nancy Mace, right? She's a wacko who I'll never forgive her for what she's done to the trans community. But she did run out of that room sobbing when the Epstein victims yesterday were in a round table talking to people behind closed doors, talking to Congress people about what had happened to them and how. And if you know, Nancy Mace famously talks about how she was a victim of rape. And I mean, that look on her face, I'll never forget. You know, it was like, she's like, I'm going to be sick. I felt that. So just to be clear, I'm just saying, I think it's interesting to watch conservative women like decide, are you going to show up or are you not going to show up? Because who didn't show up? Anna Paulina Lunatic? Where was she? She said she was going to sign the petition, and she was nowhere to be found.
Does not fall on these brave, courageous women. The shame falls on every single person that coldly turned a blind eye to their abuse. The shame falls on every single person that enabled it. The shame falls on every single person that took money to continue it. And the shame falls on the people in power over the past several decades that protected the monster, Jeffrey Epstein, and his cabal that continued a nightmare. Those people deserve the shame. And today we are coming forward and we are going to fight like hell for these women, because we have to fight like hell for those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault belongs to the evil people that do these things to the innocent. This is the most important fight we can wage here in Congress, is fighting for innocent people that never receive justice. And the women behind me have never received justice. And do you want to know why? It's because Jeffrey Epstein somehow was able to walk among the most rich, powerful people, not only in America, but foreign countries. It does not fall on these brave.
And this is the irony, though, right? Because and I'm just going to call it out, because she's a conspiracy theorist, this seems to be something you understand happen, or like for whatever reason you're dialed in on this. And I do think every woman has personal experiences with this and can like dredge up emotions around it. Like, it's just the nature of being a woman in America. Like, I was SA'd and no one fucking believes me, or my parents told me I deserved it because I wore the wrong thing. You know, and I'm sure it's been a long time. I should introduce you to her ex-husband. Marjorie Taylor Greene's ex-husband, I guarantee you, abused her in ways I've never seen anything. I'm going to look for this video, because I always talk about it. When I first figured out who her I thought she tormented him, and then I figured out who he was and saw a 5-minute video of him, and I was like, oh my God, like, she could be dead right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene's ex-husband is a monster. Like, and imagine, that's probably how she ended up so combative and insane. Like, I mean, monster. Full-on aggressive monster. And I'll look for the video, I'll find it. But I have an example of it that will terrify you. But anyways, yeah, imagine if you're E. Jean Carroll watching this. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if you're E. Jean Carroll watching this shit and you hear her saying this. Do you know what I'm saying? But I just want to tell you, like, if you've been traumatized enough, like, every abuser, it comes from abuse. Whether through epigenetic, like genetically inclined, or then later, induced, like, this is the nature of it, right? So she has a dual nature. She understands being abused, but also has become an abuser, probably out of anger. Like, so it's just multiple things are true at once. It's not that you have to never trust anything she says. You just have to understand, like, this is a very damaged person, right? This is a very lost, damaged person. Okay, I'm not sure if he represents them all, but this was kind of the victim's lawyer today. I just want to say, I'm not sure which ones he actually represents.
Unfortunately, All of the documents and evidence that we have worked so hard to gather hide behind protective orders, confidentiality agreements, and bank secrecy laws. That is why this discharge petition is so important. While we have seen the documents, you haven't. And when you see the documents, you're going to be appalled. And the American people deserve to see everything. When you sign this discharge petition, it should mean nothing is off limits. That means the documents in the possession of the CIA should be made available. Those in the possession of the FBI going back decades should be made available. The SEC, financial records in the possession of FinCEN should be made available. Everybody knows that evil flourishes in the darkness. Corruption flourishes in secrecy. It is time right now to make a difference for the women that are behind me right now. They have been courageous and fought through this whole thing. Whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, this one is an easy call. You're an American who cares about equal rights and equal protection under the law. If you care about these women, if you care about our country, and you care about this issue, this should pass with flying colors. Unfortunately.
Amen. I could not agree more. Oh my God. These people are so Anushka. I think the girl I know's name was Agnieszka. She reminds me so much of someone I went to high school with. So this is the start of the victim's testimony, which was the most brave, amazing shit I've ever seen. We're almost to 300K. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you so much, A to Z, for the super chat on YouTube or super sticker on YouTube. Appreciate it so much. Ave, thank you for the $25 for today's receipts. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. All of the research and my work I do to bring primary and secondary sources to debunk Trump's lies. This is my job. If you would like to tip or donate to it, I would highly appreciate it, because I only do it because you all allow me to. This is the start of the victim or survivor testimony at this press conference. They're all like brilliant, well-spoken, amazing women. Like, I just want to be like, are you guys taking applications for friends?
Accountability is what makes a society civilized. Equal opportunity and equal consequence for all. Consequences are not about punishment alone. They exist to deter future harm, to protect vulnerable, and to set a standard of justice. If Ghislaine Maxwell were pardoned, it would undermine all the sacrifices I made to testify and make mockery of mine and all survivors' suffering. That is why the Epstein Files Transparency Act is so essential. It requires the Department of Justice release all the records related to Epstein and Maxwell investigations, flight logs, immunity deals, internal communications, and even the records surrounding Epstein's detention and death. And crucially, it forbids withholding documents simply because of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. This is about ending secrecy wherever abuse of power takes root. But transparency alone is not enough. Survivors need protection, resources, and legal support. If this Congress is serious about justice, then let this moment also affirm your commitment to provide victims with the legal aid they need to confront abusers, to navigate complex systems, and to reclaim their power. Transparency must be matched by support, or else too many victims will remain silent out of fear and lack of access. The statistics demand action. Nearly 1 in 5 women in America will experience rape or attempted rape in her lifetime. Every 74 seconds, someone is sexually assaulted. Every 9 minutes, that person is a child. These are not numbers, they are people. They are your daughters, your sons, your constituents, your friends. Statistically, 1 in 5 of your families will face this nightmare. The days of sweeping this under the rug are over. We, the survivors, say no more. I want to help create a world where survivors of sexual abuse and abuse of power can come forward safely. And I ask Congress to join me in that effort, not only by passing this bill, but by ensuring that those who step forward have legal support to face their abusers and see justice done. When Judge Berman gave Epstein survivors the chance to finally speak, the world listened. After so many years, survivors were heard. That moment was historic, and so is this moment. Accountability is what makes...
I found that clip of Marjorie's husband attacking two women. He said psycho. Sorry, I'm just saying. I had trouble finding it for a long time. People kept asking me for it. I was like the only person that saw it, and someone who has millions of followers posted it for a long time. I found it. I'll show it to you guys later. Jen, thank you for the $10. Jen F, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for covering very tough topics and keeping us connected. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Jennifer, whatever. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Happy September. Keep up the great work, Felice. You're 100% making a difference. Oh, yeah. Check into Becca Day on TikTok. Great research into Epstein. I played a couple of her clips. It's just they're so long. If you guys want, like, it's Becca, like, Bekah space Day. She does, like, tons of financial research, which everyone said she was insane when she was saying, oh, Epstein's got links to Netanyahu and Mossad. Turns out it was 100% true. Yeah, she just like follows the like financial, political links all day long of Epstein, which that's the point. Like, this is just a spider web of the rich, well-off, and well-connected. Like the wealthy, as Hakeem Jeffries would say, the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected covering for each other. And Becca Day, again, it's Bekah space Day. She covers a ton of that. It's great. Thank you for subscribing. Wait, Rare Princess, I thought you did subscribe. Oh, wait, maybe you didn't before. Oh, wait, I think I read your comment. I'm just used to seeing your name. I like that name. I want it. Just kidding. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just marking this. Marjorie husband. So if I ever look for it again, I'll be able to find it. I'm going to show it to you guys later when we get into the other related abuse to this stuff. But I found it. This is a purpose. This is an accomplishment of mine. Okay. Oh, this is the second, I think, the second clip from this. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm going to have to find it. Sorry. I had so much going on when I was making this. Give me 1 second to find this clip. I know I have it. Come on. Where's my people? Okay, found it. Sorry. I should add this to... No way I can't now. Too late. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I was like, why can't you guys see? This is the clip. I just had to find it.
And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing. You have a choice. Stand with the truth or with the lies that...
The only motive, I mean, this is the point of the whole press conference of everything we're fighting for. The only motive, right? If we can't get 2 more Republicans to sign on to this discharge petition, the only motive to kill this bill is you're engaged in a cover-up. The exact thing that MAGA said they wouldn't stand for. They would do anything to stop anyone who was engaged in. The only reason this doesn't go through is a cover-up.
And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing. You have a choice. Stand with the truth or with the lies that have protected predators for decades. I am no longer weak. I am no longer powerless. And I'm no longer alone. And with your vote, neither will the next generation be. President Trump, you have so much influence and power in this situation. Please use that influence and power to help us, because we need it now and this country needs it now.
I just got like 3 violations. I don't know what for. I'm just gonna keep this going for now. I think it's fine. Nothing bad. I'm not suspended, but I also can't appeal. Maybe that's, I don't know why. Hold on. I have to open my phone. I need to monitor. I should always do this at the beginning. I'm just gonna see if there's an option to appeal whatever that was. I have no idea. Because that is crazy. Oh my god, why does my phone say I'm not even live? Sorry, I'm freaked out. Yeah, this is my account. This says I'm not live on my own account. That's scary. Okay, this is weird. Here, I'm just checking if I can appeal my 3. Let's tap the screen. Are we at 300K? Let's keep going to 400K. We love TikTok Shop. Let's gift, share the live. Like, I don't know. There's nothing. I was worried about this. I was like, I'm doing 6-7 hours of research and they're not going to let me do this. But however many times it takes to restart this live. Yeah, I can't appeal whatever just happened. But I will keep going because I did way too much work on this. This is literally the public domain. This is like, I probably should have recorded it from C-SPAN. Like, we're not allowed to talk about a public press conference on the steps of Congress. Is this not part of what we should know about? Wait, this is what I just played. Oh yeah, sorry, I left the presentation. I was like, this doesn't look like my presentation. Let me go back into the presentation and get back on track here. Okay, we're on the second clip. Yep. The only motive. Oh, it was there the whole time. I just reposted it twice. Okay, so I talked about how, which again, this is a C-SPAN clip. So C-SPAN covered some of the main press conference, but then in addition to like this press conference that was it was the largest gathering of Epstein survivors ever. There was a like solidarity rally going on down the street next to it, which was super awesome. And this is a clip from that rally. Like, so like different survivors were speaking at different times in different places. And this is, a clip from that rally. Let's tap the screen. We love TikTok. Yeehaw. I'm going to update all my goals and stuff. And if we get in trouble, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
This is not a partisan issue. This is a crime. The crime of sex trafficking, and the criminals must be held accountable.
And I bought a great pressure washer off TikTok Shop. It was such a great pressure washer, and everyone should go buy it. I encourage everyone to buy that pressure washer off TikTok Shop. Sorry, I forgot about. Great pressure washers available on TikTok Shop. I forgot she said that. I'm just trying to tell. I'm just reporting the news. How.
Disbelieving survivors creates a culture of silence. There is strength in numbers, and our courage is contagious. I want to humanize sex trafficking survivors for you all, just for one moment. We are not others. We are your sisters, your friends, your colleagues. We are in your community. Think about the women that you love, and then think about them being the victim of sexual assault. It's uncomfortable and it's hard to think about. Could you stand for their abuse? I hope not. This is a crime that, by our Justice Department's own admission, has 1,000 victims. 1,000 victims. Do you know 1,000 people? Think of the enormity of that. Could you be okay with a crime happening in your community to 1,000 girls and young women and not holding the perpetrators accountable? Right. I think not.
I want to say this because I think it's a good, just again, I'm not going to talk long about pressure washers on TikTok Shop, but we will all be buying one tonight. Thank you, TikTok Shop, for continuing to show us great products and we will all be buying them. But this is what I want to say. I just want to call out the language that we're forced to hear in these pressers, right? Like, do you understand how I'm going to try to use nice words. Depraved. That's the nicest word. Unbelievably sad it is that both of these rallies are going on. This is the solidarity rally with the Epstein victims. They're speaking on the steps of the Capitol, talking about their experience. And what we've heard so far, and we're not even halfway through, is women begging. And when I say begging, I'm talking, I think generally we have 100% of Democratic votes to release the for transparency in the Epstein investigation, to protect the identity of victims and release these files. And we have 4 Republican women who are voting with us. We need 2 more Republicans. We don't have one or conservative man in Congress who will vote on this in the House with us for transparency. And I don't know, this is the second clip, but I think it was bothering me when I was recording them. What you hear them saying is, imagine it's your wife, imagine it's your daughter, imagine it's your sister. I talked about this a lot when I first started doing lives and no one wanted to listen to me talk. Do you know how much it bothers me? Do you know how sad it is that we even have to say that? Why? Why do we have to implore insecure, spineless, idiotic MAGA men to imagine it's their mom, or imagine it's their sister, or imagine it's their child? Why do you think we have to do that? I can tell you why, I can't tell you why, but a Harvard study I read can tell you why. Because when you show, and this is you can look into this study, when you show random men pictures of women they don't recognize, they'll just cycle through pictures of random women, and they're all hooked up to equipment to monitor their brain activity. The part of the brain that lights up is the part of the brain that says, this is a thing. This is an object. And ever since I read this study, I've been haunted by it. And then when I hear these appeals in the political landscape or in the news, it sickens me. Because that's the average man that you aren't related to, or you haven't had to F so that he'll love you. And I'm just saying that because I say that because I'm not married. Here's why. If you, for some reason, let me start with this study. Maybe this will make it clearer. I once was reading a National Institute of Health study about how when men become terminally ill, married men become terminally ill, women, something like 80+% of the time, stay with them to the end, nurse them to the end, in it to the end. We're here. When married women become terminally ill, what do you think happens? They get left. The men don't stay and help them. They leave. They're like, ew, you can't, you can't do my laundry, put my clothes away, make my food, pretend you're my mommy 24 hours a day. They leave. That's why. And this is, and that goes hand in hand with the study I'm talking about, where they would show men at Harvard pictures of women they had no familial relation to or no romantic ties to, and the part of their brain that lights up is object, thing. And when they started to show those same men, here are your family members, here's your sister, here's your mother, here's your cousin, here's your wife, then it's person like me. So and that's what I want people to understand. We have to beg men to see us as human beings and equals, to get them to understand that we do not deserve to be victimized. And that's how sad this is when I hear this, because science backs it up. If you weren't raised with a man, which probably means you're doing, if you were not their sister, if you were not their mother, who basically was their slave doing everything, if you were not these people, then you're just a thing. You're an object, literally. And what is objects have uses? You know, like they're not loved, they're not defended, right? You're just the thing. And that's what bothers me is I keep hearing in these press conferences women saying, imagine it's your sister. And you have to, and scientifically, that's what we have to do as women is beg men for empathy. What if I was your sister? What if your sister was saying she was essayed? What if your sister was saying Donald Trump raped her? Would you believe your sister? Like, don't miss me with the bullshit. And that is backed up by science. That's the world we effing live in, is whereas women, when we give press conferences, we have to beg, just picture me as your sister, please. Picture me as your mom. Picture me as your daughter. Because otherwise, there's no empathy. There's no understanding for us. We're just, the next in the line to be punched down on. That's the patriarchy. Shit rolls downhill, right? Someone made me feel bad, so I need to make someone, and I challenge men. Why are you guys so insecure that you can't punch up? You will never catch me. That's why I say I don't fight with women online. Not because it's not a fair fight. I don't think it is, in my opinion. But, not because it's not technically, but because I punch up. I don't think women are the problem in my life. I don't think mass groups of women are roaming the streets causing problems. I punch up at the actual problem. Why are MAGA men so insecure that you're always punching down? Every time I hear a MAGA men debating, they're saying E. Jean Carroll's a liar. Really? Donald Trump is a pathological liar by definition. If you can't see that, then you need to check in somewhere and get help. But MAGA men's full-time job is to discredit and disbelieve women. How shameful is that? Try punching up. Find a worthy adversary. Not someone smaller than you. Not someone disenfranchised in society. Not trans people. Not women. Not gay people. Do you understand the difference? Not brown people. Not black people. And punch up, but you all are cowards. And that's the thing. I always see everybody else is punching up, and insecure white men are like, hey, let me find a woman to abuse, or to emasculate, or to discredit. It's the weirdest thing. You guys are never punching up. You're always victimizing people, and I think that's an observation people need to start making. No, they're cowards. They're cowards. You guys think you're you're punching down 24 hours a day. If I do that for 5 seconds, I feel guilty about it. I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. That's why I don't bully MAGA women online, even though they're wrong and embarrassing. I don't. You're not going to catch me doing it because I don't need to punch down on people.
My name is Annie Farmer, and I was 16 years old when I was flown to New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein and Maxwell. That same year, 1996, my sister, Maria Farmer, reported what happened to me there, along with reporting her own assault at their hands and their theft of sensitive photos.
Gosh, I told this story of these sisters. We talked about this. I think 1 or 2 months ago, we were talking about this. This is crazy to see her speaking. And she's so well spoken.
My name is Annie Farmer, and I was 16 years old when I was flown to New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein and Maxwell. That same year, 1996, my sister, Maria Farmer, reported what happened to me there, along with reporting her own assault at their hands and their theft of sensitive photos of herself, of me, and our younger sister that she had taken for her work as a figurative painter. I am now 46 years old. 30 years later, we still do not know why that report wasn't properly investigated, or why Epstein and his associates were allowed to harm hundreds, if not thousands, of other girls and young women. We have never been told whether those images were found when they discovered a large amount of child sexual abuse material on his property. As a psychologist, I understand that when the system's meant to protect us, recreate the abuse cycle, the betrayal that occurs can be just as damaging as the original trauma. This happens when survivors of these crimes are not believed, when our well-being is not weighed as heavily as those who have more resources or more privilege, and when perpetrators of these crimes are given a platform rather than the survivors of them. For so many years, it felt like Epstein's criminal behavior was an open secret. Not only did many others participate in the abuse, it is clear that many were aware of his interest in girls and very young women and chose to look the other way because it benefited them to do so. They wanted access to his circle and his money. Their choice to align with his power left those of us who had been harmed by this man and his associates feeling very isolated. I could never have imagined being here today and this chorus of support that we have all received. I have been sent so many notes and messages from people with no direct connection to this case who've expressed their solidarity with us. And I believe that is because, in part, as Anushka explained so well, this is an extremely widespread issue of child sexual abuse, of sexual exploitation, of sexual violence. This affects almost every family in some way. From my conversations with women in these last few days and from all of the support that we've received, it's very clear to me that we are not going away, we are not going to be quiet, and we are not going to give up. And I ask the American public to stand with us and not give up. At a time with record high levels of distrust in our institutions and a perception that there are two Americas, one for those with power and privilege and one for everyone else, passing this Epstein transparency bill is one important step that can be taken to prove to Americans that the government does not side with sexual perpetrators. A thorough public review of this information is an important step in preventing the type of systemic failures that have occurred in this case and harmed all of us. My name is Annie Farmer.
Well said. Well said. These people, I mean, I just love how, and I think I want to say this next victim or survivor's name is Marina Lacerda, which I know about Annie Farmer and her sister. I've known that story for a long time, so it's so nice to see her there, like speaking up for her and her sister, which Trump has discredited that story. So, I mean, everyone, I mean, here it is. These are the people telling you the stories. Are they making it up or not? Thank you, Lush, and I hate it for the $10 on Venmo. Love your amazing lady brain. Exactly. Takes women to not be cowards, right? Men keep saying they're the only people that can do jobs, but when everything needs to get done, they're nowhere to be found. It's the strangest thing. I love her. This is great.
My name is Marina Lacerda. I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019. I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. I never thought that I would find myself here. The only reason that I am here is because it feels like the people who matter in this country finally care about what we have to say. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American. I was only 14 years old when I met Jeffrey. It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom and my sister when a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me that I could make $300 to give an older guy a massage. It went from a dream job to the worst nightmare. Jeffrey assistant Leslie Groff would call me and tell me that I needed to be at the house so often that I ended up dropping out of high school before 9th grade. And I never went back. From 14 to 17 years old, I went and worked for Jeffrey instead of receiving an education. Every day I hoped that he would offer me a real job as one of his assistants or something important. I would finally have made it big, as, like we say, the American dream. That day never came. I had no way out. I was, until he finally told me that I was too old. There are many pieces of my story that I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. The constant state of wonder causes me so much fear and so much confusion. My therapist says that my brain is just trying to protect itself, but it's so hard to begin to heal knowing that there are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. The worst part is that the government is still in possession right now of the documents and information about that could help me remember and get over all of this maybe and help me heal. They have documents with my name on them that were confiscated from Jeffrey Epstein's house and could help me put the pieces of my own life back together. But I don't have any of it. And I know the same is true for many of these women. We are here to support this bill today, not only for transparency, but for the American people. But if the government is going to release these documents to the public, describing the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and others, the least that they can do is give me my documents that they have about me. The other survivors deserve the same respect from our government.
I mean, and you know what just really, I mean, I don't want to say triggers, well, I mean, I think it triggers a lot of us is when she says like, yeah, the brain is this amazing, amazing organ, right? That's protecting you. And it's like, I talk all the time about being SA'd as a child, as an adult, and it's fascinating, like the things you can remember, like where your brain will go to disassociate, and also then later on in life, like how it will continue to disassociate to keep you alive. Because if you were 100% present in all of those moments, there's no way to survive that. If you had all of those memories and they just were replaying and replaying on repeat, you can't survive it. Like I see those big gaps in memory of just like, yeah, like I can't remember it or I wouldn't be okay. Or I'll just remember like staring at a light switch and wishing I could die. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not to say you don't know what happened, but it's like, you know, your brain's just like, hey, you don't want the gritty details of this. But yeah, absolutely. When I say someone, and I'm agreeing with Kat, she said the body keeps score. You hold that trauma though in your body, and like everyone knows what I mean when I say I'm diagnosed with PTSD. I mean, it's like you feel it, right? Like I have these crazy reactions, like I go visit someone and I can't move for 3 days because I'm just like, something terrible is about to happen, but your brain's like, hey, I'm not going to let you remember so I can protect you. It's just, the body is a fascinating thing, truly. And I just want to be clear, if you care about women and children and you are voting for conservatives, that is antithetical, right? Those two things do not go together. I mean, in terms of mathematically, and making it harder for women and children to get justice, making it harder for women and children to get medical care, making it harder for women and children to get jobs, paying women who are raising children by and large in a single environment, paying them less, the gender pay gap. In every sense, conservative legislation has made it harder for women and children to survive. And then and I talk about all the time the legislation that's passed, like there's no hope to get justice when you're an SA survivor. We have millions of grape kits around the country, just languishing in warehouses. That guy that Elon Musk paid, oh my gosh, was it Scott Walker? For some reason his name is escaping me. That Supreme Court judge that Elon Musk spent $1 million to try to elect in Wisconsin. That was one of his claims to fame, is stopping grape kits from being processed. That's why the conservatives loved him. Oh, you're covering up grapes and essays? Perfect. Come over here. Like, every single thing MAGA pretends to care about. Yeah, this is Brad Schimmel. Thank you. I always know someone's going to say his name. Like, eventually, I'm like, I can't remember. Yeah, Brad Schimmel. Look it up. That was one of the things that they're like, yeah, great job not processing grape kits. This is happening all around the country. And then I've got to hear from conservatives that they care about women and children. Not mathematically, not actually, not through legislation. You're socially engineering women and children out of existence. You're making it harder for us to survive. Harder for us to get medical care, harder for us to get an education. Every single thing Donald Trump has done has made it harder for women to achieve equality. And I'm supposed to care, or believe that you all care about women and children. How dumb do you think we all are? Not as dumb as MAGA men. That's how dumb. You guys take the cake. No, none of us could ever be as clueless as you. Like, when you are a minority who's trying to survive, whether it's women, brown people, black people, LGBTQIA, whatever, neurodivergent, whatever your classification is in this country, you can't be dumb. Like, that's why I think MAGA men are so it's because of the comfortability. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. You're delusional and comfortable because you just can be. You are the apex predators in society. Like, I mean, that's the truth. The rest of us have to be on our toes. We've got to know what's going on. We've got to understand how we're being discriminated against. You guys are just lazy, unattractive, like creepy weirdos. I mean, by and large, not all of you, but the majority. Conservative white, though, I'm just saying, most of you fit into that category, and have been credibly accused of SA at some point in your life. Like, and now you're like, why are all these women complaining? Like, they wanted it. This is Courtney Wild, by the way. I've heard her speak on different media forms. Oh, Michelle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Love you too. Blue hearts all around. Appreciate you so much. I appreciate it so much, Michelle. I love having you here. Thank you for being here. And one of a kind, Robbie, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate it so much. Again, thank you guys for subscribing. Someone was telling me you can't buy multiple subscriptions anymore. Is that still true? Can someone check and tell me? But again, now we're going to hear from Courtney Wild. I feel like I didn't put it in here, I don't think, but I've heard her speak on several occasions, and she's a great speaker. I was trying to look up the last time. Yeah, this happened. I just wanted to check. This started when she was 14. Or maybe even a little younger. And she was in the documentary Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich, and she was in Surviving Jeffrey Epstein. That's how I know. I was like, I know I've heard her speak before, and she was absolutely brilliant today. Again, Courtney, Courtney, Wild, WILD.
My name is Courtney Wild. I was only 14 years old when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a 13-year-old friend of mine. The details of the abuse that he inflicted
by a 13-year-old friend of mine makes you want to unalive Alex Acosta. You know what I mean? Remember, this never was tried at the state level because they just gave Jeffrey Epstein immunity. Florida just swept this entire thing under the rug and was like, and it wasn't just immunity for Jeffrey Epstein, it was any of his associates, which might be the pretext for Donald Trump granting Ghislaine Maxwell immunity now. Like, we are in a sick, sick world. Like, I get physically upset when I hear this.
On me for years is not important.
I'm just going to go check on my cat. His paws are under the door. I'm just going to give him some food really quick.
Today, in 2028, I was cooperating with the federal government in the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. They sent me a letter telling me to be patient because this was going to be a lengthy investigation, but at the same time, they refused to talk to me and tell me what was going on. So I hired an attorney Brad Edwards, because I was hopeful to get some answers. When I walked into his office at 19 years old, Brad sued the government for refusing to tell me what was going on under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The only reason anyone ever found out that the government had already given Jeffrey Epstein immunity through the non-prosecution agreement was because our lawsuit forced the government to tell us. Otherwise, nobody would even know that today. Sometimes it's hard to believe that I had to sue the United States just to learn that my abuser was given immunity. I started as Jane Doe, but I decided I was proud enough to take on our country, and I was on the right side of history. We fought the government for 10 years to prove that the government violated our rights as crime victims and the crime victims' rights in order to protect a pedophile. We had to win the 11th Circuit Court appeals to force the government to turn over thousands of pages of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and the government. Those emails provided the proof that the government worked very hard with Jeffrey Epstein to violate our rights. Why? Why did the government work so hard to protect Jeffrey and not so hard to protect me and my other innocent friends? Why was Jeffrey so important to the government, and why was I so insignificant? Why did nobody but our lawyers care before now? It seems people have only started to care because of Twitter and politics. But I would like to say this has nothing to do with politics. This is not a blue thing or a red thing. This is an everyone thing. We can all agree on this. The injustice that has happened here. Multiple, over and over. Everybody that talks about this just seems to make it worse. We need transparency. It's time for us to see beyond the curtain. Why was Jeffrey Epstein so protected? Who is still being protected? And who protected them all, so the world can understand how Jeffrey was able to abuse so many of us for so long?
Isn't that so well said? And just understand, MAGA, the only reason, because I know, I'm just saying this, I'm going to keep saying it, statistically, mathematically, you guys absolutely don't care about women and children. Every piece of legislation that is passed take rights away from women and children. You are trying to subjugate women, force us to give birth to children, and then control us. I'll give you that. But you have never been interested in whether or not we're being essayed or raped. It's just that Donald Trump told you that Epstein's island and the flight logs were full of Democrats. It just so happens maybe a couple, don't get me wrong, I'm be the first one to say this, creeps transcend politics. Whoever wants to be a creep, it has no political affiliation. But I will say, by and large, as someone who sees things in patterns, the majority in politics of creeps protecting other creeps is absolutely on the right. And it starts with the United States president who's been found liable of SA. You guys have never given a about women or children until politics. And Donald Trump sold this to you and said, the deep state, it's all Democrats, they're doing child trafficking. I used to watch Steve Bannon's show. I know where you guys got this. I used to watch Steve Bannon even before Dan Bongino and all those guys started riffing off of him and making a ton of money. Steve, I know where you guys got the idea that the left was a cabal of predators. I know. It just happens they don't understand psychology. They should read an interpretation of dreams. They're projecting what they're guilty of onto other people. And I just want to be clear. I'm not saying it will never turn out that anyone on the left isn't a creep. Like, I've always thought Bill Clinton was a creep. It's just that we actually hold people accountable over here. That's the difference. When there's credible evidence that someone has hurt a woman or a child, committed fraud, has lied, then we hold them accountable. Doesn't mean, we hold them accountable. We ask them to take accountability. If they will not, they have to go away. It's that simple on the left. On the right, when someone's credibly accused, when there's overwhelming evidence of fraud, of SA, of rape, of harming women, of a coup, whatever it is, then you guys just say, nuh-uh, That's the difference. You guys don't hold anyone accountable. That's why you see this happen all the time. The right is full of disgruntled people who used to be on the left, who didn't want to take accountability and just moved over to the right where they didn't have to. That's why there's a higher, in my opinion, and I think this has been proven actually by sociologists who are tracking like things. You guys have a higher, you guys got a lot of creeps because you guys are like disenfranchised victims. That's the nature of authoritarian fascism. No matter how awful you are, you're all victims. And anytime someone asks you to take responsibility or accountability or not be a creep, that you just scream louder, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. Look at these people victimizing me. That's what happens over there. So you never get any weirdos out. Like, they're just all lurking around over there. I'd be very scared. What was Jeffrey's job? How was he that rich? He's a financial, he ran a hedge fund. But this is the point. If you want to know what Jeffrey's job is or the start of it, I would say watch all the documentaries about Jeffrey Epstein. Like, really, this is I'm going to say it wrong. I always say it the opposite. I invert the X and the S. It's Les Wexner. I always say Lex Wesner. It's Les Wexner, the guy who owns Limited Brands or J Brands or whatever it is, like the Limited, Victoria's Secret. He's a fucking creep. He lives in Ohio. And today, let me, not to bury the lead, but let me show you something. One of the victims, which I need to remember, we're on Jenna Lisa Jones, so if I have to ask you where we are, but let me just show you something, like a 26-second clip. Don't ever buy anything from Victoria's Secret again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because he was the funder of Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like the way Donald Trump did all of this victimization of women through modeling agencies, so did Jeffrey Epstein. And these were the models that could possibly be Victoria's Secret angels. That's what they told them. And then they ended up being trafficked, raped, essayed. That's what they told him. Oh, do you want to be a Victoria's Secret model? Do you want to be a model? That's how they did all this. They told them they were going to be models. Hold on. And Annie Farmer, one of the questions or answer periods, she called out Les Wexner by name and was like, yeah, he wasn't just the money. He's a fucking creep. But Jeffrey Epstein was managing his money essentially and placing trades.
One thing that's very clear when people say, please share names, there are names that are very well known, like that of Les Wexner, who everyone knows supplied an enormous amount of Epstein's financial wealth and allowed this operation to happen. So it's, I think, confusing to many of us why there have not been more ramifications for him, and he's been seen as a victim when clearly I believe there's more to it.
No. They're not being like, hey, here's what we know. But, they're just implying yeah, why is he not in trouble? This was the seed money of Jeffrey Epstein's fund. But that's what the racket was, right? Oh, you could be a Victoria's Secret model. Come here, little girl. Get in my car. That's literally what they were saying. That's what Trump did, right? And in positions of power, oh, you're in my modeling agency. Trump learned all of this from Epstein. Oh, you create a modeling agency, then you buy pageants, then you have leverage, you're in positions of power, and then and I'm just quoting Donald Trump, then you can grab them by the pee. You're allowed to. They all confessed in their own words to this stuff, and MAGA's still no, they wanted it. These are little kids. Trump was walking in while little underage girls had no clothes on at the Teen USA pageant. Do you understand that? These were children. They can't consent when they are children. He was doing this. There are countless people that participated in the Teen USA pageant saying that he did this. And you guys are like, no. And I just want to challenge Matt creepy, insecure, lying, uneducated MAGA men. Why are you defending this? Because I'm sure you've done worse. That's the truth. If you're defending that behavior in any way, Someone check their hard drive. Like, who are you if you're trying to defend that? And like, that's why I had to just stop debating on the internet. It is literal idiot MAGA men trying to gaslight me into thinking it's okay for Trump to walk in on children while they're changing. Like, that's the debates going on TikTok. And I would like to challenge people who are hosting these debates to think about what you're doing. Should it be up for debate? Whether or not E. Jean Carroll was essayed, should it be up for debate? Whether or not walking in on underage, on children while they're changing is normal? I mean, I don't think so. But I always talk about this just as a history major. Like, debate is rooted in white supremacy, right? Like, where did debate start? Like ancient Greece, where you had to be like a white male landowner, right? And you had to be educated, you had to have money, you had to understand the logic, and debate is rooted in white male supremacy. And if you get too emotional because you were raped, no place for you in this debate. Why are you getting angry, right? Like, that's what tone policing is about. And like, what really started to scare me on TikTok, and I'm not going to say who, because I've seen leftist men do this. One of them's no longer on this app, but I would see leftist men use the term tone policing is about women or minorities who would get emotional while trying to tell their stories. And people would say, in England, when debate would happen, it's supposed to be stoic. You're not supposed to show emotion, and there's nothing wrong. That's what tone policing is. Like, don't tell someone who's had a horribly abusive, tragic experience not to cry or be upset about it while they're communicating their lived experience to you. And I've seen, all the time, creators on the right. Oopsie. Sorry, I just dropped my water bottle. All the time creators on the right, but I've seen a couple male creators on the left use tone policing the wrong way and say that they should be able to berate women. And if you don't allow white males or males in general, no, it wasn't always white males. I think we know another one who was doing that all the time. I would say, don't tone police me while you're verbally abusing women. I'm sorry. I just laugh because I'm like, no matter what you do, in this world, men are going to twist and gaslight women into thinking somehow they're doing something wrong, and it's fascinating to watch. And I think she was an Oxford professor. One of the most brilliant clips I've ever seen in TikTok. She was the one that really knocked it into my head that if you are an intelligent woman, you stop allowing debate. Things aren't up for debate. Do you know what I'm saying? That is the perpetual idea of white men, that eugenics, right? Whether or not black people should be socially engineered out of existence, that's a debate that is happening philosophically. And when you allow people to believe that that's even a debate that should happen, whether people have a right to exist, you are doing a disservice to women and other minority groups around the world, right? And that's why, sorry, I could go on and on and on about this, but oopsies. Wait, did I skip? Hold on, hold on 1 second. Did I skip around? Oh yeah, I skipped to up. I was like, no. Oh yeah, we're on that. What was it? I know which one. Oh yeah, here we go. Jenna Lisa Jones. I was like, I know we were not at the very end. Okay. This is a good one.
Together, we can finally make a change. And that is thanks to the people like these two congressmen and their teams who actually care about the victims. If you are a member of Congress and you are listening to all of us speak here today, please really listen to us. Please vote for this bill to be passed. Please recognize how important it is for transparency relating to Jeffrey Epstein. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, this does not matter. This is not about sides. You are an American, and you are a person who has chosen to serve in an elected position to stand up for those you represent who cannot always stand up for themselves. We are those people. We are the Americans that you promised to protect. And we need your help. Please, President Trump, pass this bill and help us. Make us feel like our voices are finally being heard. Thank you.
Oh, and this is, moment of silence. Virginia Dufresne is no longer with us, right? And if, by all accounts, man, when you've suffered so much trauma, just the fact these people are still alive to tell their stories, because as someone that's started being essayed as a child and it continued for a long time, like, it's just as easy not be here. Like, I just don't want to, like, be in pain when I unalive, but if I could just flip a switch and just discontinue myself, I probably would have done that a long time ago. So, like, for, like, the torture it is every day in these people's minds, while they're being S-shamed, while they're being called liars, while they're being gaslit by a person who's been found liable of SA and credibly accused of rape over and over and over, who's a known pathological liar, stealing from all of us. Like, can you imagine dealing with that immense pressure, being constantly harassed? So Virginia Giuffre is no longer with us. She's asked for her memoir to be published in the event of her untimely demise, and her brother, whose name is Sky Roberts, spoke today in her place.
This is not a political issue. This is not about left or right. This is about humanity. This is about doing what's right. And this is about ensuring that the future we leave behind isn't one where the powerful can hide behind their wealth, their influence, and their money to evade justice. Our plea to you, whether you're a dad, a mom, a brother, or a sister, look your young ones.
You see how he knows he has to do it? And they don't know why. But do you understand? Like, I guarantee none of these people have read the Harvard studies I just talked to you about, that the only way to appeal to insecure, spineless white males is to be like, imagine it's your sister, imagine it's your daughter, imagine it's your mother, but we're all instinctively doing it because that's an indictment of white males in this country. We know you don't care, or males in general. We know you don't care. And so that's, like, you should be personally offended, unless you're not. I just want to say, there's some good men in this country who are highly evolved and are working on deconstructing. That's not who I'm talking to. But the fact that person after person has to plead with men in this country, and you can't just say, any woman who's been assaulted is disgusting. You have to say, hey, I know you don't care about the vast majority of women, but imagine it's your sister, imagine it's your daughter. Is just, that is an indictment. Period. That's an indictment on how little people care about women. The fact you literally have to sit there and beg someone, hey, I know you don't care about 99% of women in this country, but imagine it's someone you're related to.
In the face, look them in the eye, and tell them you didn't stand against the very people who raped, molested, and preyed upon children and young women. Tell them you were willing to negotiate a deal. Money should never be what makes something right or wrong. If you vote no, your stance will be clear. You will be choosing to stand on the side of the rich and powerful, allowing money to buy your way out of the consequence. But here's my one ask. Look these survivors in the eye and tell them why. Then, look the people of the United States in the eye and tell them why. And then, when you're alone, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why. This is not a political issue.
Oh, we know why. Deep insecurity. Like, that's the patriarchy, right? You're damaged at an early age, and men are just looking around saying, someone hurt me, no one cares about my pain, and instead of being like, I'm going to hurt the person that hurt me. I'm going to punch back up. Men are such cowards. They're like, let me look for a helpless creature to victimize that's going to make me feel better about myself down there. Definitely could never punch up or laterally because I'm a giant coward. Looking for a helpless creature to victimize to make me feel better about myself. And then once that creature is screaming in pain, I'm going to ignore it loudly. I mean, that's what it is. You guys are cowards. When someone hurts me, I'm not like, hey, I'm too much of a coward to hurt that person back because they're scary and they might do something mean to me. I'm like, oh, this person's never gonna forget. Like, you guys literally, instead of hurting the people that damaged you originally, you're like, I need a helpless victim. Let me find a woman that can't fight back. And then once she tries to say that I hurt her, I'm going to discredit her at every turn. And let's not stop there. Let's discredit all women. That's the agreement of the patriarchy. We all keep punching down on women. We just need to discredit women as a group. We'll say they're all SLUTs and they wanted it. Like that. I mean, it's don't be proud you're part of the patriarchy. You're just in a giant pool of insecure, small d cowards who, instead of being like, man, someone from up above just punched down on me and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to punch up. Like, I'm going to get bigger and stronger and smarter, and I'm going to figure out how to make that stop. You're like, nope, let me find a helpless woman to punch down on, helpless woman to punch down on. That's what you guys are doing. You guys are cowards, period. Unless you're just disgusted by this and you're like, hey, I've changed my mind today. You guys are just continuing to be a giant group of cowards. Oh, Haley Robson was amazing today. Absolutely amazing. This is here. Oh, never mind. There we go.
And the government did not protect us. The banks did not protect us. So lift the curtain on these files and be transparent. Every single time a new conspiracy gets circulated in the media, whether he is still alive, what powerful person had him murdered, who was on the Epstein client list, and there are names going around on TikTok and Instagram, we, the survivors, are suffering severely. We take our kids to school and everyone is talking about it. We can't read the news or do anything without hearing crazy stories that are only able to live on because the government continues to hide the evidence and the truth. So people just make up stories. Those stories hurt. They hurt real people who have already been hurt. And we have lost so many Epstein victims to suicide, and maintaining the real truth and secrecy only allows for conspiracy theorists to tell lies that drives up our anxiety and fears and will continue to lead to more pain, more suffering, and honestly, more deaths of innocent victims. It's time you do is right by us. Unseal all the documents. We are requesting transparency, and I am requesting every congressman and woman that goes against this bill be outed. I want to know. And the government did not protect.
Well, you can know because votes are in the public domain. That's how I know. That's how I know that conservative legislation is racist. That's how I know it is misogynist. That's how I know that statistically conservatives have nothing to do with caring about women and children because votes are public and then we know. Right? I can tell you the legislation introduced by conservatives never benefits women or children. And I love how she said that like she's being blamed. She tries to go in public and she's being looked at. Exactly. She's describing like the scarlet letter treatment. She is a victim of SA. But it's her fault. She wanted it. She was wearing the wrong clothes. Oh, but they paid her for the massage, right? She was just trying to make money. Can you imagine? This is a child who was trafficked and abused and still to this day is treated like trash, which I think is the general treatment of women in this country. Oh my gosh, Lisa Phillips Here's another amazing speaker telling her story. I've never heard Lisa Phillips speak before today. Amazing.
A platform supporting survivors. I want to thank all of my survivor sisters who came before me today. I'll be very short. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years after, I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford Modeling Agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors? And also, I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know who were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors.
And hopefully released to the rest of us so we can hold all these creepos accountable, starting with Les Wexner. Sorry, don't ever buy shit from Victoria's Secret again. Like, truly, this guy is a creep. But, I mean, and I just want to say this, because I'm sorry, I didn't see the comment or who wrote it. Someone said, like, hey, she was a kid, but then she helped recruit other kids. Yeah, that's the nature of trafficking, right? Like, but again, you're still blaming victims. But I just want to say this, and this is just my feeling, right? Like, about this is just my experience. I do think there's a moment, right, in all of this, which again, I'm trying to be careful with what I say because I don't know. We're talking about, there's only one person or peoples, right? Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein. Just understand, Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't some victim who was turned trafficker, right? This is a person who comes from exorbitant wealth. That's why I tried to tell everyone, you need to watch the documentaries about Ghislaine Maxwell specifically and understand the filthy wealth she comes from and who her father was. Her dad was a creep. And then, but again, just understand, hurt people, right? Like, I'm still fighting off every day, seeking out somebody that's like either my mother, right? I have 2 dating patterns, and that's why I had to stop dating 5 years ago, because they're either I'm looking for a malignant narcissist or I'm looking for my father, which is not good either, right? Like, maybe he has effective empathy, but he's been through such extreme trauma that he's not moving through the world in a healthy way. And I've always been looking for those 2 types of people, I think. But the problem is, Ghislaine Maxwell had every opportunity, was well educated, had every outlet, and was like, nope, I'd like to go around and find 13-year-old poor kids, and I would like to deliver them to a monster, a billionaire monster, to be victimized. That was the road she took. And there is always in the path of victim of trafficking or victim of abuse, and where you turn to be also a predator. And that can be out of survival, right? Like, I always talk about how, as a mandated reporter, as a teacher, I knew, like, because I knew this happened to I'm not talking about my teaching career, I'm talking about my cousins, right? Like, if essays happening inside a family, what's better? Do you put them in foster care where they are, like, I mean, statistically, I'm almost assured to be essayed? and then they no longer have their familial relations for support around that, and you just put them in a strange environment where they're SA'd, and not just SA'd, but in foster care is where the S trafficking happens, right? And where you don't have other family support to sort of protect you. So the way to stop yourself, like imagine the stress of I'm being victimized over and over and over with no hope, and then one day someone comes to me and says, hey, you've done such a good job being horrifically abused that you get a promotion. You tell me the psychology of how to get out of that. And I've never personally been in it in that way, but I'm telling you, that's a very hard thing to overcome. You're trapped in this situation where you are on the bottom of the totem pole and someone says, hey, you want to move up one rung and maybe your life will be a little less shitty, but now you've got to go find people to be underneath you in the like pyramid scam of SA hell. Yeah, none of it is right. There are no good options. But that's why. Understand. Imagine a billionaire giving 13-year-olds $50 for this. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how desperate these kids were for anything. And what is the answer to that problem? I don't know. But I do think if we were talking about adults and S trafficking and like, hey, I didn't want to do it anymore and I got an option to start recruiting. Yeah, like if we're talking about adults, yeah, it's not okay. Like, you know, like I think I would choose death personally because I know what it feels like to be SA'd. So I think I would just choose death. But again, I think it's an impossible situation. And what I want to point out is we have all of this need to look at like, well, she was a victim, but then when she turned 14, she wasn't anymore. Like, are we kidding here? Did you hear that other woman 2 women ago say, I was recruited by a 13-year-old? Like, this guy's like, bring your friends to the nice big mansion and I'll give them some ice cream too. Like, there are people to be held responsible for this, and it's not the children in this situation, right? Like, it's just not. And also, well, I could go further into that, but I won't. Like, I just don't think these are children and a billionaire and a woman that came from a billionaire and inherited a lot of money who were like, hey, let's victimize a bunch of little poor girls. And then let's deflect our responsibility back onto them. Oh, this is a good one. Oh my gosh, sorry. I have to go find this clip. I have it though. Give me 1 second because this is an important one. I want to make sure I get these clips where people are actually like holding him accountable for this because they're the most important ones. I feel like almost like as the press conference went on, people were like, yeah, this is it. Okay. Wait, let me make sure I pronounce it. Shantae Davies. Yeah, that's who we're about to listen to. Brilliant and brave.
Promises came with a catch. The abuse began. He told me to keep it secret. He manipulated me with quid pro quo I did not consent to, but I felt I had no one to turn to. He was too powerful. I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me? Epstein himself was the most powerful leader of our country. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away.
Imagine that reality. You're a 13-year-old kid who they're like, hey, little kid, like, you want to be a model? Come over here. Recruit your other friends to be models. Like, there's no culpability in that. Like, and then you're on a plane to Africa with a former president or Donald Trump. Do you know what I'm saying? And you're just like, hey, Of course and Prince Andrew, of course I'm doing what these people say I need to be doing. Like, these are children.
The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. And while what I endured will haunt me forever, I live every day with PTSD. I live as a mother trying to raise my child while distrusting a world that has betrayed me. This kind of trauma never leaves you. It breaks families apart. It shapes the way we see everyone around us. But one thing is certain, unless we learn from this history, monsters like Epstein will rise again. There are files, government files, that hold the truth about Epstein, who he knew, who owed him, who protected him, and why he was allowed to operate for so long without consequence. Why was Maxwell the only one held accountable when so many others played a role? Why does the government hide this information from the public? This secrecy is not protection, it's complicity. And as long as the truth is buried, justice will remain out of reach. That is why this bill matters. Passing it will, bless you, ensure that the suffering of survivors is not in vain. Passing it will bring accountability, transparency, and prevention. It will help protect the next generation of predators who seek to place themselves above the law through wealth, influence, and connections. This is not just my story. It is about every survivor who carries invisible scars. It's about the weight we live with daily. It is about the families broken and the futures stolen. So I ask you, President Trump and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault? Who are we covering for? Let the public know the truth. We cannot heal without justice. We cannot protect the future if we refuse to confront. But his promises came with a catch.
I mean, beautifully said. I believe. Why do I always mispronounce her name? Sorry, I just want to make sure I say it right. Shantae Davies. Oh yeah, sorry. And I'm outside the present. Let me go back to the presentation really quick. So I'm not pulling up rando stuff, but these survivors are amazing. Like, I just can't. Where am I at? That's Haley Robson. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, and here's Gloria Allred. Remember I said there was that like solidarity with the victims rally going on, and just to be clear, and other people were speaking there who had been victims of Jeffrey Epstein or survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. But Gloria Allred represents a lot of these victims. If you don't know, she's like one of the biggest heavy hitter lawyers in LA. And I just thought she made a very salient point when she was speaking at the Solidarity rally, which is like, where is Alex Acosta? And let's get him under oath and force him to account for all this. Which James Comer originally was like, oh yeah, we're going to subpoena him. I'll believe it when I see it.
The victims and all of us were betrayed when, in Florida, Mr. Acosta made that deal. U.S. Attorney is for the Southern District of Florida. Made that deal that instead of 60 felony counts that could have been filed by the United States Attorney, 2 counts were filed by the state attorney, and Jeffrey Epstein, without having a trial, was able to go to his office every day as part of the sentence and just sleep in the jail at night for 13 months. Is that justice? No! You were betrayed. Yes, betrayed. And then, of course, there was New York. New York, where Jeffrey Epstein was brought in, arrested. I saw him at the last hearing in federal court. And so many victims and so many survivors thought, at last there's justice. But instead of justice, there was a dead body, the Metropolitan Correctional Center, and questions are still being asked. Was it suicide? Was it homicide? The victims and all of us were betrayed.
Thank you, or I mean, truly, and again, that was under Donald Trump. Remember, he promised accountability. That's weirdly. Now, you tell me, when Biden was president, did Ghislaine go missing? No, she's still alive somehow. But when we had Jeffrey Epstein and we're going to prosecute him for some weird reason, He no longer is with us when he was in solitary confinement. And I'm saying this factually. We know when they released the footage from his jail cell, there is a minute missing. Factually, it's for some reason been taken out. Like, I wonder why. Like, we're in a nightmare. We're in a confederacy of dunces. True, great Pulitzer Prize winning book if you've never read it. If you read Pulitzer fiction, 10 of 10 recommend A Confederacy of Dunces. And this is encouraging. I've never seen like this many news networks covering a press conference. So I was like wowed today. Like, I was like, thank God. Like, at least this is getting coverage. See, and that you could see Fox News was covering Polish president on relationship with Trump in the U.S., where he was... Sally's read A Confederacy of Dunces. Thank you for having read that. What an amazing book, right? Just amazing. I like read through the Pulitzer Prize winning fiction list in my spare time. Love it. And then Fox is covering Trump muttering incoherently. Like, that's what's important. And then they move to the question and answer period, so here's some of the question I'm just going to read since some people wrote the questions. Trump said that this Epstein issue is a hoax. So can you imagine, whilst this press conference is going on, Trump is supposed to be meeting with the Polish president about, stuff he knows nothing about because he is just a pathological liar. And instead, Trump is calling this a quote unquote, it's Democratic hoax. I don't know why. I mean, I know why MAGA doesn't know the difference between an adjective and a noun, but he said it's a Democrat hoax. So whilst these women are begging and saying, this is not a hoax, this is real, this happened to me, I was a child, please hear me, Trump, instead of hearing them, says, this is a Democrat hoax.
This question would be for the survivors, Mr. Evans. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
This question would be for the survivors.
Of course he'll never meet with you guys. It's so strange. Why aren't you guys in the Oval Office right now with Trump while he patiently listens to all your stories? Isn't that strange? Insecure, tiny-brained MAGA man? That Trump isn't hosting the Epstein victims and patiently listening to them tell their stories. Now, what little is left of your brains, why would you think that is? When he literally manipulated you all into believing this was something he cared about? Why do you think it would be that he literally is now done a 180, is saying he wants nothing to do with these people and they're all pathological liars? Why would that be? Was he lying then or was he lying now? Do you understand how this works? You got, insecure, spineless MAGA men. You got.
Devastating.
It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot, and it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not... Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us.
Devastating.
Please humanize us. Begging, please. And remember what I told you about those Harvard studies, right? That like we're not seen as equals or humans, right? If you're not a familial relationship, at Harvard, they're showing pictures of women to men they don't know, and the part of their brain that lights up is object, thing. Right? Exactly. And what the is a hoax? I do love that's like a crop circle. Like, what is a hoax? What about a hoax is federal investigations. It's the opposite of a hoax, right? Our tax dollars paid for, like, this is the actual opposite of a hoax. That's a good point, Brandon. Thank you for pointing that out. Sorry. And oh yeah, and this is that same lawyer who was sort of there speaking on behalf of these women. Thank you, Jennifer, for subscribing. Appreciate it so much. Oh, and quickly, I just saw this, Kimber. Thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I love you. I'm so broke right now. Please know I'm always watching and appreciate your content. Kimber, love you, and thank you for always being here. Love the support, and you're amazing. That same lawyer who spoke at the beginning, who's kind of the representative for the victims today, or maybe he's representing all of them. I don't know. But he said this. So, like, when that question was asked by the media, like, he's like, hey, like, it's weird he'd say it's a hoax, because the lawyer's basically about to be like, yeah, it's crazy he's sitting in the White House saying it's a hoax, because I talked to him in 2009. So MAGA, you have to understand, be able to count backwards. That's a lot of backwards counting for you. But in 2009, this lawyer talked to Trump and he said the exact opposite. So isn't it strange now that it's a hoax?
First thing that I'll let them, they're much more important than me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that. He didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's even up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women after you've heard their stories and know that hundreds of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy? The world should know who he is, who protected him, and the other people that are out there to be investigated need to be investigated. First thing that I'll let them, they're much more important.
Amen. Thank you. And it's so, like, all I'm saying is when Trump could build political and social capital, and this is the same thing he did with a lot of other things. Oh yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm running on it. And then he always thinks, like, I can just squash it in the end. And this is a runaway train he's not squashing. And he's like, oh shit. Actually, I'm guilty of this. Like, you know what I mean? But this is just, like, all of the promises he made. Oh my gosh. And if we get to it today, I'll show you. God, the polls on Trump. Remember, like, Trump was basically elected on two things: immigration and the economy. And I remember, like, the numbers in October 2024 when I really, it started, like, I knew, like, oh, we're going to lose the election, was just nobody in this country. And that's just, imagine, there's so many white female voters in this country, and even them contributed to this idea that women can't understand the economy. And today, I can show you this data. It was Harry Enton on CNN, so it's a clip. But yeah, I mean, people hate Trump on the economy, but there was this belief, like, oh yeah, only Trump never came out with a budget. No one understood anything. Now they're furious about tariffs and they hate Trump for what he's done to the economy. But yeah, you guys all believed women's brains don't work, which is idiotic. So how could this all have happened? Oh, this is crazy.
Survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody Shante,
Get to the microphones.
get close.
Yeah, I did say that.
notice the plane flyover to silent, and I talked to this. People in the comments were asking me, like, did you talk about the planes flying over? Yes, I think it's deeper than people think. I think, yeah, Trump definitely. DC is a no-fly zone, is a national security risk to have. Planes are never flying over the Capitol. So today, someone ordered random military flyovers of the Capitol to try to drown out the sound from this press conference. So kudos to, and again, I just want you to know that's probably hundreds of thousands of taxpayer money from the. Did you hear that plane? That's what I'm talking about. If you just joined the live, that's why I'm addressing it again. I addressed this like an hour ago, and I realized, like, people, depending on what you're doing at work and throughout the day, I should say it again. So I'm saying it again. Like, I always talk about this. I thought the minute I saw, and there are different independent journalists I love who immediately called it out. Trump's having military, like, DC's a no-fly zone. It's under a threat of T attacks since 9/11. Planes do not fly over this area. Like, it is, I mean, if they do, people are about to, like, jump in a hole and take cover. And suddenly today, there's, like, random military flyovers when Epstein victims are saying Trump's name. And again, remember, your tax dollars are paying for this entire waste. But just to expound on it, what I was saying earlier, the reason I absolutely 190% believe that, in my opinion, this is just my opinion and my belief, that Trump did this is because one of the things, like, I always talk, I've never missed a Trump rally. I've never missed, like, I watch all Trump pressers. I just stopped forcing them on you guys because I realize it's bad for all of our mental health. But Trump didn't always used to like to be in that dark ballroom where he does interviews and press conferences. Now, at Mar-a-Lago, he used to like to be outside his front door. But Trump acts like he has prime real estate in Palm Beach. No, Trump lives in the parking lot of the Palm Beach airport. Literally, Trump lives in the parking lot of the Palm Beach airport. So every time he would try to come outside his front door and talk to the press, like, literally every 3 minutes, some billionaire's giant jet or, like, jumbo jet is landing while he's speaking. And I just feel like, yeah, he probably got this idea from firsthand experiences of his dumb press conferences outside his front door at Mar-a-Lago, where every time he would try to say something, some billionaire's jet would be landing, and we just be like, no one can hear you. We don't know what you're saying. And he would get so frustrated. I guarantee you, DC, for, T-ist attack reasons, is a no-fly zone. Like, and these people are flying low and loud. These are military planes. The minute this woman's about to say Trump name, like, I mean, I just find this hilarious that for some reason on this day, like, all of a sudden military planes need to fly low over a press conference of the largest gathering of Epstein victims. Like, and he doesn't even have good ideas. You know what I mean? It's just like, let's drown him out. Like, why not just attack the electrical grid? I mean, you should have told your crazy, like, militia followers to just shut the electrical grid down. Anyways, but yeah, you can hear the planes periodically, but most of these clips don't have it because they would wait and then they would start speaking over to make sure, which is, they would wait for the planes to stop and then say it all over, which I was like, good, because don't let Trump's pettiness, that's our tax dollars though, being wasted. We're paying for fuel for which is super expensive because Trump's like, now no one will hear. Okay, Grandpa, put more makeup on, you weirdo.
A survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody
Shante.
get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, And his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
It's very close to Mustache Man. Who did Mustache Man have a framed picture of behind his desk? Who took him on a tour of... Mustache Man didn't invent concentration camps. We did in the U.S. And his bestie, who he kept a framed picture of on his desk, was Henry Ford. And Henry Ford was like, let me show you how we do racism in the Americas. Let me show you how we socially engineer indigenous groups out of existence. Let me take you on a journey. Like, that is, yeah, it was Henry Ford. And what you just heard is Jeffrey Epstein had a framed picture of Donald Trump, just like Mustache Man had a framed picture of Henry Ford. Like, yeah, you know, people who aren't their best friends and complicit in all their crimes don't send birthday cards being like, yeah, we all have a secret surprise between us. The world is full of wonderful secrets. And yeah, I always keep framed pictures of people I have nothing to do with on my desk, and then I always use that as a threat of my ass trafficking victims and being like, oh, he's always watching. Yeah, I mean, oh, Henry Ford is a racist monster. Like, if you don't know that, I would just, yeah. I mean, I never learned any of that till you have to go to university to learn real history of America. But Jesus Christ, Henry Ford's a terrifying, terrifying creep. Oh, and here is... Oh, this is Annie Farmer again. Her and her sister Maria Farmer were abused by Jeffrey, and this is like her being asked by the press and then saying like how she felt when they found out that Ghislaine Maxwell's in like a minimum security spa prison now. Say like normally if you had an abuser and you were the victim of S trafficking and they were just letting somebody go to a minimum security prison, like in normal law enforcement, they would call the victims and tell them and say like, hey, we're considering doing this. There's going to be a hearing. You can submit a letter as to why this is crazy. But like, and again, I mean, that would be like for parole or for any issue like freedom or anything of that nature. But then understand that people, whistleblowers or not whistleblowers, just factually people in the Bureau of Prisons, it's been released, which Trump, I think, is calling whistleblowing. But I don't know if it's whistleblowing or just someone stating what happened. What they did with Ghislaine Maxwell, with Todd Blanche meeting with her and then moving her, is completely outside of the bounds of anything anyone in the DOJ or the Bureau of Prisons could do. It had to be done by someone that works for Trump. Like, they're like, we could never do this on our own, nor would we. Like, what? Like, we can't do this. So again, this is Annie Farmer talking, saying like, here's like, how did you feel when you found out Ghislaine Maxwell was going to like a cushy little minimum security place with a tennis court? No offense, guys. Thank you so much. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 600K. I appreciate it. If you would like to subscribe, please do. More importantly, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me, I rely on your tips and donations to keep the people's receipts going. Oh, and I just saw this. Sorry, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Oh my God, and that's so sweet. On behalf of people who want to donate but can't. That is so. Don't make me cry. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat. Jennifer, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. God, I love this community. But again, this is Annie Farmer talking about her reaction. No one called her. Normally they'd be like, hey, like, you're a victim of ass trafficking and we're moving like the main perpetrator to a minimum security prison where there's no fences and she could probably just walk out at any moment. So we should alert you. And obviously she's a woman, so I don't think she's just going to go off them. But like, this is a person with vast resources. She has a lot of money. So yeah, like you would think they would know about it or someone would give them the courtesy of telling them.
We were horrified to learn that she had been transferred to a prison camp. She is someone who was found guilty by a jury of sex trafficking. She not only, we often hear that she procured women for Jeffrey, which I think is a very sort of polite and minimizing term. She also participated in the abuse. She was a major architect of the scheme. And the fact that she has painted herself as a victim, I think is disgusting. And it was horrifying, I think, to us that we were not told about her prison transfer. We found out about it in the news. We were horrified.
Camp? Let me tell you something. When Sheriff Joe, also who was pardoned by Donald Trump, used to run an illegal muck in Arizona, we had a prison camp. It was called Tent City, where people were living in 125-degree temperatures in the desert in literal tents. Where Ghislaine Maxwell is not a camp. I don't know what minimum security. Yeah, Camp Snoopy, like camp. This is where rich New York children, rich New York people's children go to camp in the woods in New York. Maybe that type of camp. Not what I know to be a prison camp. We had one. It was called Tent City, and that's not where Ghislaine Maxwell is in a place with tennis courts. A camp. No, but I mean, whatever. I love these names. Oh, here we go. Oh no, this is it. This is the one I was talking. Prepare. I'm sorry. And I mean, I'm not cheering because it's great, but I mean, I'm so glad that these people are finally like, yeah, like this is how crazy this is.
Anushka DiGiorgio, I testified alongside Annie at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. I was horrified when I found out not only had Ghislaine Maxwell been transferred to what's called a low security. It's really is like a holiday camp, and then afterwards I got a notification from the Department of Justice telling me that this was going to happen when it had already happened. This woman abused children. I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years.
Wait for that plane to fly over. Wait for that plane to fly over. Now say something worse. I love this. Like, nice try, Trump, you weirdo. You should have been better just to cut the power. Like, what are you doing? It's like, this will get him. Whenever I try to have press conferences, the planes stop me. No, because these people are smart enough to wait till the planes are done flying over and then they speak. You just think you're God and that people can hear you over planes because you're too dumb to understand how microphones work. So that's why no one could hear you. You just wait for the planes to be done and then you speak. Trump just talks while the planes are landing. Like that's, and I'm not kidding. That's how dumb he is. Like I'm going to go find the press conferences I'm talking about. I have them, you know me, I have every outline.
I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years. Ghislaine Maxwell was present for some of my abuse at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. She was present, she was complicit, she was enabling, and it is appalling and disgusting. And it's one of my worst nightmares that she not only be transferred, but at the possibility that's very much going around that she might be pardoned. This is not okay, guys. This is not okay.
And I just want to add that I think it sends a very dangerous message to our country, to the young people in our country, that someone that we all know is aware of these crimes could be.
Anushka DiGiorgio.
No, I'm not. It's not my story to tell. But many of the people you're hearing speak are in these Epstein documentaries. When they say she was present, look, I can't call them threesomes because one person is a child being raped. But that's what not just present, like participating. And if you have never watched the Surviving Epstein's or like filthy document like about Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, you need to bear witness to this stuff because like Trump is trying to erase all of this stuff from reality. Ghislaine Maxwell, like, that's why I was showing those documentaries that are available about her, where victims are saying, like, no, she also SA'd me, groomed me, SA'd, like, just understand that. This is not just, she's like, oh, it happened to me too. Like, no. So this is you. I just don't want anyone to ever see Ghislaine Maxwell as a victim. She was a person who drove around New York City, drove around West Palm Beach, where the poor kids are, because you can't pick up poor kids in Palm Beach, and was like, hey, little pretty girl, get in this limo and I'll make you a model. And then not just did that and delivered little tiny children to Jeffrey Epstein, but then also engaged in the essay. Period. End of story. There are like 6 documentaries you can watch about this if you don't know. Like, just try. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for bringing up the yearbooks, T. She got the kids to like go through their yearbooks so she could pick out victims she wanted. Like, if anybody has an ounce of sympathy for Ghislaine Maxwell, like, I just don't think you have any idea of who she is or what her role is in this. Like, hey, little kid, let me look through your yearbook and find other 14-year-olds I'd like you to lure here, so we can do the same thing we're doing to you to them. Tell me no more. I don't need to hear anymore. Now, the weird thing is, MAGA men seem to... Remember I played you several clips of that Newsmax wannabe Tucker Carlson saying she's a victim? Oh, my God. I'm going to find that, actually, while we're listening to this, because it's making me sick. And this question is, what is your message to President Trump? Which we'll just say, gross old man who wears makeup and says men shouldn't wear makeup. It's really weird that our president is in terrible drag every day.
So what is your message to President Trump on this?
Listen, I don't want to send a direct message to him. I'm already scared enough. Yeah.
They're terrified. I mean, I just want to point out, I don't think it can be said enough that she's like, yeah, I don't want to say anything because I'm terrified of him. Like, these people live in terror of him. Spineless MAGA man protecting a weird orange man, senile man in drag. You guys are not men. If you guys were men, you'd be protecting real victims.
So what is your message to President Trump on this?
Listen, I don't want to send a direct message to him. I'm already scared enough. Yeah. Just pass the vote. Listen to us. This is not a hoax. Like, it's not going to go away. And like I said on my speech earlier, we're not going to be silenced anymore. We will be speaking moving forward wherever we need to be. We will be, and we need to pass this.
Go ahead.
So what is your message to President Trump on this?
Just give me 1 second, because I just want to play this clip of Trump, which Trump controls everything that news, like the point of Newsmax is to be Trump's view on the world. That's what they do. And I just want to just be clear that I wasn't joking about these people saying that Ghislaine Maxwell's an innocent victim. She's a disgusting trafficker. I'm just wanting to be very clear that I was never kidding about that. I found the clip. I knew where it was because it haunts me. Like, quite literally. How do I make this bigger? This drives me crazy. Here, hold on. Sorry, I'm just going to play it like this. I can't make it bigger.
Reminds me of when President Trump...
Hold on.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell didn't have a friend in the world. He could have easily gotten away with saying, what the media wanted to hear. But he didn't. And I find that remarkably human, and it's telling, and it signals to me that there's something else going on here, and that it's an injustice. It reminds me of when President Trump, among anybody in the country really in public office, he would talk about Ashley Babbitt. Do you remember that? And he gained nothing, really, politically, from talking about that. I mean, he scored points with me and those who know the truth about Ashley Babbitt, but there are a lot of folks, Republicans even, a lot of folks did not want to talk about January 6th. He did. He did. It reminds me of the kind of this, has the same feel. Ghislaine Maxwell, he would talk about, and he did it in a certain way. Now, folks, I know people are horrified when I say there's a possibility that this individual just might be innocent. But think about it. Who's told us about her? The most reviled institutions in America, right? The media and the Biden Justice Department, right? They did the heavy lifting on this stuff.
He groped me. He absolutely.
Sorry, that's just my feed. It's full of. These are just random women accusing Trump of SA. This was posted an hour ago. Let's just watch it.
He groped me. He absolutely groped me.
Jill Hart?
And
oh, yeah, I know about
He
her.
just slipped his hand there, touching my private part.
He turned to me and embraced me and gave me a kiss on the lips. And I remember being shocked, and because I would have just thought to shake somebody's hand, but that was his first response with me.
Continually grab my hand.
It was a real shock when all of a sudden his hands were all over me. But it's when he started putting his hand up my skirt. And that was it. That was it.
The person on my right, who unbeknownst to me at that time was Donald Trump, put their hand up my skirt. He did touch my vagina through my underwear.
As the women walked across the table, Donald Trump would look up under their skirt and,
Okay, but again, this, just to know, because it's good to point out, this is how dumb MAGA men are. Like, there are dozens of women that tell the same story. This is the same story in court records that E. Jean Carroll told. And there are dozens of women under threat of lawsuit for defamation have publicly told this story. And let me help you, right? If something's a lie, go after them. Right? Like, I mean, these aren't lies, but you guys approve of it. And prior to that, if you're just joining, I was just reminding everyone through a clip. This isn't part of today's presentations, but I was just showing everyone that Trump had Newsmax saying Ghislaine Maxwell was an innocent angel and victim. And I was just replaying the clips after listening to survivors in today's press conference detail, like, no, she's not even just a trafficker. She was present for all the abuse, like, as in participated in it. So if you can't read court primary source documents, because I've read the ones in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, or the ones that are available, there's not a lot. But yeah, she is not just, it wasn't like she was just the creep in the limo that was like, come here, little 13-year-old, I'll make you a model. She also was present and participating in the actual essay and grape of these women. So, like, for any, if you don't know, then do some research and figure it out. And then my algorithm on X just started playing a list of documented Trump victims, which I talk about that all the time. Like, if you like, it's so ironic to be the MAGA man, like, Jean Carroll's lying. Okay, yeah, tell me you don't understand. Do you understand how many people are telling the same story? And let me be clear, it's the same story that Donald Trump unprompted confessed to Billy Bush in the 2016 campaign on a hot mic. He described his modus operandi in detail, unprompted. This is how I essay women. I just go up to them and I grab them by the I mean, that's every single woman describes the same exact type of assault. And that you're like, women are liars who just want money. Trump doesn't give anyone money. Trump doesn't pay people that work for him. Why would anyone think they were going to get money from Donald Trump? Trump won't pay people that actually work for him money.
Listen.
So what is your message to President Trump on this one?
Listen, I don't want to send a direct message to him. I'm already scared enough. Yeah. Just pass the vote. Listen to us. This is not a hoax. Like, it's not going to go away. And like I said on my speech earlier, we're not going to be silenced anymore. We will be speaking moving forward wherever we need to be. We will be, and we need to pass this.
Go ahead.
So what is your message to President Trump?
It's absolutely heartbreaking that this, and by the way, if you remember, she said it when she spoke for 3 minutes originally, like, this is the first time I've ever spoke aloud. I'm an immigrant for Brazil. I've been terrified to speak under a threat of retribution. This is the first time she ever spoke out loud, and you see, she's like, I'm terrified. If you guys knew me, I was hurt. Like, I would never tell on anyone who did anything bad, because I've been raised under that, like, you talk, something bad happens to you. That's the nature of how I was raised too. I know exactly what she's talking about. Like, there's no point in trying to tell your story because something terrible is going to happen to you right after. Oh, this is another one. Thank you for the glasses. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 10,000 in gifts. Again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you appreciate all my research and the time I spent clipping this, please do tip me and help me keep this, the people's receipts going. Also, subscriptions. We're trying to get to 375 subscriptions. If you would like to subscribe, please do. It is much appreciated. This is Epstein survivor Teresa Helm, which I'd never heard her speak before that I know, and I was like, wow, like, very powerful.
I wanted to ask the victims what they thought of the interview with Todd Blanche with the deputy attorney general.
Did you answer that?
Forgot to tell you the question. If you can't hear what the reporter's saying, she's like, I'd like to know what the victims thought when they heard that Todd Blanche was going to interview Ghislaine Maxwell and, like, give her a voice and a platform.
Can you answer that?
Todd Blanche.
Do you want to answer it?
I would.
Teresa will step up.
I would. Teresa J. Helm.
Okay.
Happy to speak on that, because what I will say is she got this airtime and platform. Her voice was elevated way before our voices were elevated here today. And that same calm, manipulative voice that she had so polite there that day with Todd Blanche was the same polite, coercive, manipulative voice that I heard as she was grooming me to then send me off to the home of Jeffrey Epstein, where he would assault me. So that's what she was doing for hours, speaking with me, building relationship with me, building trust with me, allowing me to believe that I was going to get this job, a dream job that I had been recruited from my college, flown across the country from Los Angeles to New York City to interview, so I thought. So her voice that day was the same voice that sent me off to a monster. So nothing can be believed from what she says, because she's been charged with perjury. I myself could sit there and listen, and as I did, I sat there and listened to this woman's voice lie. And there was no pushback from Todd Blanche, because does he even have the facts to be able to push back on her? We could sit there and push back. Why didn't we get to attend that? Why weren't we there that day? Or why wasn't even one of us consulted prior to that day in that meeting? And why on earth has she been moved from Florida to her? It basically is prison spa. I mean, let's be real. None of us were consulted. I found out, just like everyone here found out, through the media, through all of you. We found out about Ghislaine's transfer. So I'm very angry to sit there and listen. The feelings that come up listening to this woman's voice is repulsive. Yes, I would say it's triggering, We all work very hard on healing, and it still gets to us after 2 decades. It's a very long answer, but it's repulsive to sit there and listen to her voice in her interview.
I mean, how beautifully said was that? Like, this creepy, soft voice. If you hear her speak in the documentaries, I know exactly what she's saying. That's the same voice she used to groom people. Oh, Donald Trump had no part in this. You think? The pathological lying grifter that just did another $5 billion crypto grift has been credibly accused of essaying rape dozens of times, has been found liable of essay unanimously by a jury of his peers, is covering up his relationship and the trafficking of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Shocking. Like, that's what Occam's razor is. Like, the answer is the simplest one. It's not somehow, even though I voted for Donald Trump because he promised me complete transparency with the Epstein files, but now it turns out he's in the Epstein files everywhere and now is denying me transparency. Well, now I guess it's the deep state that's after Donald Trump. And even though he's in drag every day and says men shouldn't wear makeup, like, there's got to be some way I can explain that away too. Like, no, Occam's razor. It's the simplest explanation. Donald Trump is a guy in drag who says men shouldn't wear makeup, who's absolutely up to his neck in the Epstein files, and just believe these people. It's the simplest explanation. Like, stop jumping through hoops like idiots, and idiots, I mean insecure, spineless MAGA men who support this BS, who I had to listen to for years say you were going to out all the Democrats who were part of this. I guarantee you there are Democratic politicians that are part of this Jeffrey Epstein BS, or British politicians. I'm sure there's powerful people all over the world with money. That's why, I mean, ties to Netanyahu. There's all sorts of ties of Jeffrey Epstein's. There's a reason this is being covered up. But it just seems like you found out that it was Trump, and now you guys are like, never mind. It's fine if Trump essays children. Like, is it? Is it fine if Trump covers up the essay of children? Is it fine if Trump covers up his name in the Epstein files? It's fine for anyone else to do it. But and he lied to you all. Like, do you understand? He got you to love and vote for him off of pure lies. Not one thing he promised you has come to fruition. And don't say immigration. Like, we're talking about someone violating all of our constitutional rights and creating a fascist state to claim he's handled immigration. You create immigration policy through Congress, not through becoming a fascist authoritarian dictator that tells lies. Like, and by the way, I'll never forgive $1 million a day, 2.14, I believe, a day when the National Guard was in LA, $1 million a day. And we have the DC National Guard landscaping and picking up trash. $1 million a day. You guys are going to save us all money though, right? You guys are geniuses. Thank you, DJ Leopardus, for the $7 on Cash App. For all your hard work and education. Thank you. And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. None of this makes any sense. Oh, this is just a thing I clipped from Midas Touch. The Epstein saga lays bare the playbook. Right-wing media, GOP politicians, and MAGA propagandists colluding to hide heinous acts, divert attention, and protect the powerful. It's what they do on every issue. Amen. If your eyes are open, you can't miss it unless you are willing to look the other way. And I love how the right misunderstands the definition of woke. All woke means is you just see pattern. You understand how the world works. You can see the flow of money to do cover-ups, right? Like, not delusional conspiracy theories that are unproven, but woke just means you understand power structures in the United States. And once you see and understand how they work, you can never unsee them. And yeah, no one will ever accuse MAGA of seeing or understanding a goddamn thing, because at every turn, you guys misunderstand everything. This is a clip from Ro Khanna, like after the survivors had spoken, or, you know, in general.
First, they want to know why our government covered up for someone rich and powerful. Why is it that we have two Americas? People say, why do you need to release the Epstein files if Epstein is dead and Maxwell is in jail? Because we don't know who all was involved in the cover-up. Why are there rich and powerful people who didn't have justice? They want to know that. Second, many said it's important for their own closure. They don't know their own abuse. They want to understand what's in these files for themselves. And third, we heard that there are many others who are involved. And they want to know, and the American people deserve to know what was there in those files. I actually think they're helping us come together as a country. Yes. I've never done a press conference with Marjorie Taylor Greene before.
Because you're not really big into subcommittee meetings held in janitors' closets about the stealing of baby organs. That's a real thing she did. No one was there except me and an internet feed. Wait, where did I go from here? Sorry, I went backwards too far. Hold on. Okay, and here's Marjorie Taylor Greene's closing thought.
This is a fight for women and children and any person that is facing sexual abuse and rape and captivity and human trafficking right now. And so here's what I ask you in the press. Don't go for salacious headlines. Go for the truth and defend these women and help those of us in Congress that are crossing our political party lines for doing the right thing and trying to do it together.
Scared. She's like, help. So again, but listen, you don't have to trust Margarine, but she showed up to this press conference. So did 3 other Republican women who are going to sign the discharge petition. Every MAGA insecure, coward conservative male who prior to the month-long break said they would sign on to this discharge petition, we had more than enough signatures. Plenty. They've all disappeared in cowardice. So we still need 2 more signatures in order to force this vote to the floor. That's the point. Is at least she's a vote. We have. At least she's a number. We still need 2 more Republicans, because every single MAGA male coward that said they were going to sign on to this disappeared during the month break. Were bribed, threatened, whatever, and now we're gone. So that's what we need to address, is we still need more votes. Oh, I was going to play this because I didn't... Wait. Oh, no, I did play that. Sorry. Sorry, I'm pushing buttons I don't need to push. Give me 1 second. I'm in the wrong part of TikTok Studio. Give me 1 second. Just finding the next thing I want to play. Okay. This was right after, or when Robert Garcia had to leave the press conference. Aaron Parnas was interviewing him really quick.
I'm here with Congressman Robert Garcia, the leading Democrat on the House Oversight Committee. We just left the press conference with Epstein survivors. Congressman, what do people need to know right now in this moment?
Look, right now, Donald Trump and Pam Bondi have the power to release all the files, and they're choosing not to do so. Everything that they've sent out so far, over 97% of what they've already put out was already available to the public. And so they put out nothing new. But this is a huge cover-up. These women, at the time, many of them were girls, are experiencing horrific trauma. They're telling us right now to release all the files. They're telling the president and Republicans to sign on to this petition, this discharge petition, to get the files all released. But Republicans are refusing to do so. So why are we involved in this cover-up? What is Donald Trump hiding? it's important for people to remember that the Attorney General has told Donald Trump that he's in the files. We know this has been widely reported. We need to know where he's in the files, what the information says, and who was involved in this horrific trafficking of young girls. There's a lot of connections that go back to Florida, that go back to Palm Beach, that go to this trafficking ring of young girls. That's what we need to investigate and ensure that we do everything we can to protect future people and women from being trafficked, but also to get justice for these people.
Now, is it true that the White House is conducting a pressure campaign right now to prevent Republicans from signing on to this discharge
I know
petition?
for a fact the White House is calling Republican members right now, telling them not to sign the petition.
Wow.
And so again, there is an active cover-up happening right now by the White House.
Congressman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to if you weren't here earlier, I just want to repeat, it's not that they just are threatening Republicans not to sign the discharge petition. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene's like, help. It's because they're calling it a hostile act. If you sign this discharge petition, if you help them bring this bill to the floor for a vote, then we, as the White House, consider it a hostile act against us. Meaning God knows what Trump's going to do. So that's why it turns out the only Republicans, other than Thomas Massey, he's co-authored the bill. He's a Republican male. But we had countless other Republican males who were like, I'm doing this before the break. They're all gone. They all disappeared. We have 4 women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, I'm forgetting, and Thomas Massey. Those are the 4 Republicans, and then we need 2 more votes. And that's what we're talking about, is Trump is basically saying, whoever signs on to this, do it at your own risk. I'm going to ruin your life, basically. You become a hostile of the White House. I thought this was kind of uplifting, though. This is how many people gathered and were at this press conference. This is Adam Mockler talking about it.
You are now looking at a photo of the largest ever gathering of Epstein survivors. Over 100 survivors, many of whom have told their story before, but some who have never ever come forward bravely gathered at Capitol Hill and told their stories today. But Donald Trump is actively trying to stop gatherings like this from happening, and people in his cabinet, people in his administration, were openly threatening Republicans who voted for this discharge petition. This is not how innocent people act. This is how cover-ups get enforced. Dave points out, a hostile act is a threat. So why would Trump feel threatened? Why would it be a hostile act towards him unless the answer is the most obvious one, that he could potentially be a major player in the very thing that they are investigating? So this is a Republican being asked, how do you feel about being a hostile act?
And I don't know if that's precedented in this country to have a president call legislators to say that they're engaged in a hostile act, particularly when the so-called hostile act is trying to get justice for people who've been sex crimes.
I know that Representative Massey is doing a good thing here, but it's just rich to hear a Republican claim that Trump is doing something unprecedented that kind of spooked him. Like, really? Were you there at all during the first 4 years or the first 6 months of this term? Everything he does is an unprecedented power grab. You are now looking...
Great points, and I have more. I have so many interesting things to show you guys today. So Trump, while that was going on, while the survivors are telling their story, basically, that's why during the question and answer portion, reporters were saying Trump is calling this a Democrat hoax. I just want to play the clip of him in the White House and what he was actually saying. This is while survivors of Jeffrey Epstein are pouring their hearts out. And this is what Trump is saying.
There have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massey, who is sponsoring a discharge petition to get the House to vote on the release of those documents, says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and he says that's why the Justice Department is redacting them and slow-walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. Even if you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a term. It's a term of art. It's a safe zone because it's very safe. You can walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen. No crime, no murders, no nothing. Because we had a lot of problems with certain places, and we still do. All run by Democrats, or for the most part run by Democrats, which is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having. I think we're probably having, according to what I read, even from 2 people in this room, we're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that
Every word he said was a lie, but I just want to say, someone said in the comments, it's whatever to him. I can tell you, when I first watched this clip, this clip that I ended up clipping because it was longer than the original one I watched, it did, like, the mouth doesn't match up exactly with the words, but I'll tell you something. Trump was furious when he was talking. He's just so senile. He doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Like, imagine trying to tie the very absolutely mother effing real child trafficking of rich people in America, of which he's all over the files. We know he had 1,000 people combing through these terabytes of information and reporting when his name was found over and over. We know he was told he's all up in the files. We know his name was mentioned over and over at this press conference, and he's somehow trying to tie this to his which was, violations of posse comitatus with the National Guard, which is also wasting Americans' money. This man is not okay, which is another conversation I'm going to get to tomorrow. But, like, I don't know. Trump used to not be this dumb. Like, I mean, he's always been dumb, but, like, he can't connect thoughts together even at this point in, like, a cogent way, which is super scary. Like, I don't know what. Like, what? Creepy guy who's been found liable of SA? That's what I would say, too. Like, you weirdo. Like, okay, Grandpa, go put some more makeup on. Like, it's super creepy. No one understands. I have something to show you guys, though. I just want to show you something that Jared Moskowitz was up to. Like, which I'll say this. If you're angry about Trump being an absolute creep and covering up the Epstein files, you got to just work it into whatever hearing you're in. Like, let me show you one clip of Jared Moskowitz just talking, and then I want to show you what he did today in a hearing that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
We went on break, and all of a sudden, Trump's former attorney went to the jail and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. Right, created a transcript, which then got released. She then got transferred to a different facility. I noticed when that happened, Jen, that the leaks to the newspaper stopped. And so there are lots of questions here. And of course, James Comer says, most transparent administration in American history. They've released 33,000 pages of information. 97% of that information was already public. My dear friend James would know that. He reads on a 7th grade level. But, nothing that has happened, over the last couple of weeks is to get to the truth. It is literally just to try to get the American people off of this issue. Everything you have seen and watched, the show that has been going on, troops in DC, right? The stuff going on with Putin, everything you've seen to fill your TV screen, everything they've done is to try to get you focused off of the Epstein issue.
So here that I want to show you what. So there was, Jared Moskowitz used to be on oversight and accountability. And then like when you kind of grow up and like the actual litigation lawyers like Jasmine Crockett, like Jared Moskowitz, like Dan Goldman, you just, when they were freshmen, they were on oversight and accountability. Then they moved to judiciary. Like our judiciary committee is just stacked with lawyers. And then there's like Jim Jordan, like who's just a weirdo who also covers up SA, ironically. But like that's where they all are now. And they weren't having a hearing about Jeffrey Epstein today. And I just want to show you, I just think like this is how you do it in Congress, right? You don't need, it doesn't matter what the topic of the hearing is. You say whatever you want, which let me just tell you here. Hold on. I use Professor chatbots and we have conversations. I want to tell you because I know people are going to be like, who the hell is he talking to today? Nigel Farage was testifying in front of Congress today, which is a far right-wing psychopath from the UK. And I was like, no one's going to know how crazy it is that Nigel Farage was testifying for conservative Republican MAGA psychos and Trump. He was going to lunch. He had to leave the judiciary hearing early so he could go, hook up with Trump. He said they weren't going to eat, so I don't know what they were going to do. But he's like, I have to leave because I've got to go, fluff Trump or whatever. So I just want to give you, I was just talking to a chatbot saying, like, let's go through all the scandals. I was like, I'm going to name scandals of Nigel Farage and Trump, and you tell me, correct me. Scandals and controversies involving their associations. 2016 campaign intervention in Russia connections. Remember Russia, the event. I'm telling you who Nigel Farage is before I show you these clips of Jared Moskowitz attacking him. The event. During the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign, Farage was the vocal supporter of Trump. He was President Trump's rally in Mississippi in August 2016. As a matter of fact, that's the first time I understood who he was. The scandal. This association became controversial due to overlapping connections with Russia. Farage was a close associate of Julian Assange, who took in all that information from Russian hackers that was then leaked. Which released damaging Hillary Clinton emails, and Roger Stone, a Trump advisor, convicted of lying to Congress about his contacts with WikiLeaks. So I just want to be clear. He is all up in the Russia, not Trump's delusion that it never happened. Russian oligarchs, FBI interest. Reports emerged that the FBI investigated whether Farage was aware of or involved in the transfer of data from the UK to the Trump campaign, right? Russian hackers. He was also famously on the same banknote as Konstantin Kilimnik. This is one of the people who actually were indicted in the Russia scandal that MAGA dumbly, idiotically still believes never happened. A Russian intelligence operative at the embassy bar in London, though Farage dismissed this as a coincidence, he was never charged with any crime, but his name appears repeatedly in investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Farage's lobbying and the golden visa scandal, the event after Brexit. Farage became a presenter on the TV channel GB News. In one segment in 2023, he advocated for the UK to adopt a US-style green card system to attract skilled immigrants like Trump. The scandal. It was quickly revealed that Farage was a paid ambassador for Byron Capital, a company founded by a former Donald Trump advisor, which was lobbying the UK government to create exactly such a visa program. He had not declared this financial interest on air, leading to accusations of covert lobbying and a serious breach of broadcasting ethics. This connected him to Trump's orbit in a commercial, profit-driven context. By the way, I just read 5. I could read you 100 more of how Nigel Farage is financially, illegally tied up in all of Trump's illegal grifts and operations and flouting of laws and rules around the world. So I just want to say that's who Jared Moskowitz was questioning in a judiciary hearing, having to do with free speech. Okay? Nigel Farage leads a far-right party in the UK, but I mean, he's all up in crimes committed by Donald Trump, allegedly. And like I said, I read 5 of 100. I could read off to you, like, coincidences. Anyways, but that's why I just want you to know how crazy it is that Jared Moss. Thank you. I love the cat DJ. Thank you, Tazu. That's awesome. So I just wanted you to know who Jared Moskowitz, who's a very seasoned litigator, was attacking when he started attacking him today. This is after. This is after the press conference ended.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Farage, thanks for being here, coming across.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Farage, thanks for being here, coming across the pond. I'm sorry to hear you're leaving the hearing early.
Well, it's not a question of leaving the hearing early, but I do have other things to do. Yeah.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. Where are you going?
It's not lunch, I promise you.
It's not lunch. You're not going to have lunch.
I don't think so, no.
No lunch.
Sad, isn't
You're
it?
meeting with the president?
I can't remember what the schedule is. It's possible.
You can't remember if you're meeting with the president.
I'm being very polite, and I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing this afternoon, but I can assure you that...
But there's the free speech hearing. You're not going to tell me what you're doing this afternoon?
Free speech is one thing, discretion's quite another, too.
Okay. All right, so you're leaving to have lunch with the president. So Mr. Farage, I have a question. Have you heard about the...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you one more clip before I show you the full way he questioned him, because I find this
list
hilarious.
From coming out. You think the list should come out? You think we should know the people who dealt with Mr. Epstein, Mr. Farage?
I thought I was coming to a hearing on free speech, not process.
Oh, but listen, but here's the
and
good...
That sounds like you're discussing process.
No. Do you think the list should come out?
I have no opinion on it. I don't know at all.
So we have victims that were sexually abused by potentially people in power, and we don't know who's on the list.
I'm very happy.
Hold on, Mr. Farage. We don't know who's on the list. We don't know who's on the list. We don't know if the president is or is not. I'm not going to say he is or isn't. I'm just going to say these are weird behaviors. We don't know that there aren't other people in Congress that are on the list, right? We have no idea. Do you think the list should come out? You think people in power should be held to account for these victims who have been sexually abused and assaulted? You think the list should come out?
I think that I'm very happy to come to a different hearing where you talk about legal process.
Okay.
But today,
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question? Were you aware that he has already called for that?
That's that's J.B. Raskin, who's like, I want to ask this idiot something. That's the ranking member, Jamie Raskin, the gentleman from Maryland, who's just like, let me ask him something.
Epstein file to be released? It has been reported that he has called for it to be released.
Oh yeah, right here, just to refresh your memory. I happen to have this.
But that's not
random.
But that is not. Look, you can ask me if you like about
Do you agree
social
with
security
yourself?
policy.
Do you agree with yourself?
We are here to discuss free speech.
Hold on, it's awkward for your lunch after this? Do you agree with yourself?
No, it isn't at all.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Agree with yourself. They have a paper of him, Trump saying the Epstein file should be released. Nigel Farage, the guy they're mocking, agreeing with Trump. And he's like, no, I don't agree. I don't feel that way anymore. This is the guy that worked with Julian Assange to release information that could potentially hurt CIA spies and all sorts of things. No, your whole shtick is the free exchange of information, no matter how many deaths it caused, no matter how many people can be hurt. So interesting part is then I went and found the entire 5 minutes of Jared Moskowitz, who's a very seasoned litigator. Like I said, the people who are on judiciary tend to be, well, at least for Democrats. For Republicans, they're idiots. But for Democrats, the majority of them are actual I pass the bar card carrying lawyers who are very intelligent. And I just want to show you, because like those were the first 2 clips I saw, so I just wanted you to see it. And then I started seeing people being like, oh my God, did you see the full 5 minutes of what Jared Moskowitz was saying to Nigel Farage? And then I watched it and I was like, oh my God, Jared Moskowitz is hilarious. Like, this is what I love about Democrats in congressional hearings, because if we didn't do things like what you're going to hear Jared Moskowitz do, like, Republicans waste millions of tax dollars spreading misinformation and disinformation. And that's the truth. Don't mind the subject of the hearing. Just call out hypocrisy at every turn. Just make your own subject and just use your 5 minutes to make a guy who's on his knees for Trump every 5 minutes and has helped to cover up Trump's crimes, like, feel insecure and tiny for 5 minutes. This is like the best 5 minutes of today.
Have you heard about the Epstein thing that's going on here?
I have.
You have? What do you think about it?
I'm not going to give comment on anything happening in America. I'm here as a witness.
Perfect.
I'm here as a witness. I'm here as a witness for what is happening in the United Kingdom and in the European.
Perfect. Let me just go through it. So it's been 9 months, right, since we've been meeting in these hearings. We've not had Pam Bondi here, even though we have jurisdiction over the Department of Justice. Not Dan Bundy.
The gentleman yield.
Not Kash Patel. I will 100%. We'll go back and forth. Let me just do my thing.
Okay.
And
Well, I'm just going to correct. Kash Patel's coming in 2. I'll give you an extra 10 seconds. Kash Patel, the director of FBI, is coming in 2 weeks, and the Attorney General's coming in 4 weeks.
Fantastic. But still, we're not doing that this week. The week we're having votes on the Epstein thing. So, Pam Bondi gives the influencers, these Republican influencers, a binder. It says Part 1 of the Epstein files. No one of you saw it. It was quite spectacular. The Attorney General then says the Epstein list is on her desk. Then DOJ issues a memo, says there is no list. Then, you have any questions about any of that? We've had no hearings on any of that at all. That, the list is on my desk.
Understand. So as a researcher, this will now be in the congressional record, right? So this is a very smart thing to do. This is a primary source. He's like, I'm just going to enter this into the congressional record for a guy who's covered up for Trump for years and is complicit in all his crimes. Thank you, Rainey, for extending your subscription. Appreciate it so much. I hope I didn't forget anyone else. I think I got everyone else who did. But this is brilliant because this will be in the congressional record forever.
We've had no hearings on any of that at all. That, the list is on my desk, then there is no list. Then we gave binders to Republican influencers. This committee said no questions on any of how that transpired at the Department of Justice. Then hold on.
Well, it sounds like you're going to in the next few weeks. So that's a jolly good thing.
Mr. Farage, we can talk soon, but not yet. Okay. Right. So then the president comes out and says the whole thing's a hoax. He blasts his own base. He blames Barack Obama. I mean, he hasn't been president for a very long time. Republicans then in committee vote against the release in the Rules Committee. Then Republicans refuse to go back in the Rules Committee because they're getting blasted for their vote, getting crushed by their own base. Congress leaves a day early. Then the administration sends the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell in jail. He happens to be Trump's former personal attorney. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security prison. The president starts talking about how he has the right to pardon her if he wanted to. The leaks to the Wall Street Journal then stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey petition. Comer does a document dump where 97% of these documents are already public. How long has he had those documents? Why hasn't he released them for the last 6 weeks? Does it the day of the vote. Then Republicans drop a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House said passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Wow. That's a lot of distraction and deflection and misinformation. Passing a discharge petition to release the Epstein files, the White House said would be a hostile act. Nope, we have no questions about that. But why? Why is it that we're spending so much political capital to keep this list from coming out? You think the list should come out? You think we should know the people who dealt with Mr. Epstein, Mr. Farage?
I thought I was coming to a hearing on free speech, not process.
Oh, but listen, but here's the
And
good...
It sounds like you're discussing process.
No. Do you think the list should come out?
I have no opinion on it. I don't know at all.
So we have victims that were sexually abused by potentially people in power, and we don't know who's on the list.
I'm very happy.
Hold on, Mr. Fresh. We don't know who's on the list. We don't know who's on the list. We don't know if the president is or is not. I'm not going to say he is or isn't. I'm just going to say these are weird behaviors. We don't know that there aren't other people in Congress that are on the list, right? We have no idea. Do you think the list should come out? You think people in power should be held to account for these victims who have been sexually abused and assaulted? You think the list should come out?
I think that I'm very happy to come to a different hearing where you talk about legal process.
Okay.
But today,
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question? Were you aware that he is already...
Also, used to say, like, I mean, this man has been accused of a lot of weird misconduct as well. Like, this is a guy that's covered for Trump. I mean, if you just joined, I was listing all of the ways he's involved in the Russia scandal cover-up. His name is all over the bipartisan intelligence report on the interference in the 2016 campaign by Russia. Like, he was allegedly Trump's unofficial back channel to Russia. That's who is talking. So that's why it's so hilarious that Jared Moskowitz cornered this guy who's leaving this congressional hearing early today to go get on his knees and give a Andrew Jackson to Trump, or the other way around. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're just going to give each other Andrew Jacksons at the same time. I have no idea how that works. Nigel Farage wears as much makeup for Trump, so who knows what's going on there, as Trump does. But I mean, that's why this is so funny, is Jared Moskowitz quartered this guy and for 5 minutes was like, hey, weird lying creep, can I just yell things at you and not let you talk?
Called for the Epstein file to be released? It has been reported that he has called for it to be released.
Oh yeah, right here, just to refresh your memory.
Yeah, but
I happen to have this.
But that's not
How random.
But that is not. Look, you can ask me if you like about
Do you agree
social
with
security
yourself?
policy.
Do you agree with yourself?
We are here to discuss free speech.
Hold on, it's awkward for your lunch after this? Do you agree with yourself?
No, it isn't at all.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious. This committee has jurisdiction over the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
Why have we allowed Comer to cover this up for the last couple of months?
As I said,
why is this committee not taking
I said 6
jurisdiction?
weeks ago that we will have the FBI director in, we will have the attorney general in, and we are doing that in 2 weeks. You can go through that whole list. That whole list, you can do whatever you want to do with. I got lots of questions for the FBI director, including the whistleblower who came forward and told him that Adam Schiff leaked classified information.
Just when that was Jamie Raskin and Jared Moskowitz yelling at Nigel Farage. Do you agree with yourself? So I just want to be clear. They set this guy up, or they knew he was coming on this day and planned this. The reason they're holding up that paper and being like, I just so happen to have this here. I just want to be clear with you why they are yelling this at him. Because I said it, but I looked up the actual... Nigel Farage has publicly and repeatedly called for all documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case to be released. He has been one of the most prominent political figures in the UK to demand full transparency. This was when Trump was running off of it, right? When Trump was gaining social capital and running off this, Nigel Farage was running off the same thing, right? His stance on this issue is well documented through his public statements, and then I have his public statements on GB News. Farage used his platform as a host on GB News to consistently push for the release of the Epstein documents. I want every single name, every single detail, every single bit of evidence that there is in the possession of the American courts and the American justice system to be published. He framed it as a matter of justice and public interest, arguing that the public has a right to know the full extent of the network involved. So what you just heard was a guy who's going to give Trump a Andrew Jackson, and I could list 20 more instances where this guy said release the Epstein files in their entirety, redact nothing but victims' names. And then when they said, hey, you're about to go to lunch with Trump and you're going to leave this quote unquote free speech hearing early, then why don't you tell us what you think should happen with the Epstein files? And Nigel Farage is like, I had no idea what you're talking about. I never said that. Well, I just looked up 20 quotes of you saying exactly that, you hypocrite and liar. And that's why it was brilliant what you just watched. Like, you just watched him get cornered by his own words. That's why Jared Moskowitz is saying, do you agree with yourself? Do you agree with yourself? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's what they're doing. They're throwing his own words back in his face, yelling, do you agree with yourself? After the press conference today too, Jasmine Crockett was speaking. Of course, I recorded all 5 minutes of it. So sorry, I just realized you can't see what I'm looking at. Let's listen to Jasmine Crockett.
First of all, let me just say that we are standing before you. We're having this conversation because of the oversight Democratic leadership. And so I want to reiterate that it's the Democratic leadership on oversight that has truly been able to move this forward. I'm sure many of you don't recall, but we were sent home early to try to avoid being able to take a vote on something like getting...
I recall, Jasmine, I started the live reminding everyone of that. I recall, this person recalls.
These files. We are about doing real transparency. We don't care who's in the files. We are going after you. So if I had to sum up what happened today, we heard the stories of victims, and honestly, we heard the story of at least one person that has never come forward before. Today, this was the very first time that she was telling anyone in a semi-public way her story. And if I had to summarize the theme, I would say that their theme was to do something. It is probably the theme of the American people in general right now when it comes to government, is that they want us to do something. So yes, we had the roundtable, but they actually want to see some action. The fact that this started off in the 90s, and we had someone who could talk about what happened to them in the 90s. But then you go down the line and you've got somebody that's telling us their story from 2008. These failures led to years and years of abuse that did not have to take place. And so the reality is this. Some think that this is all over and some think that nothing else is going on. But if there was ever a RICO case, it would have been the Epstein case. So how we went from something that should have been RICO because of how sophisticated of a system this was, and this wasn't just one little sick old man that was doing stuff, but there were so many layers, whether we're talking about the banks that were involved, whether we're talking about those that worked for him, that helped him, whether we're talking about the monster known as Maxwell, and that's exactly how y'all need to refer to her. She is a monster. She is not a victim. So let me tell you, I want some action items to come out of this because for once we somewhat look like we're bipartisan in the Oversight Committee. Number one, we need answers. We need answers on why it is that Maxwell was transferred from her current station or her former station in Florida down to Texas. We need to have an understanding because everything that I heard today leads me to know that for sure she was all up and in and through this entire process. Not to mention that she was indicted by a jury of her peers and then she was tried and convicted and given 20 years. So why is it that we had somebody, again, it almost seems like we are doomed to repeat our failures, because why is it we have high-level people that seemingly are running cover for a criminal? And that is what she is. She is a monster and she is a criminal. So number one, we need answers on what happened with that transfer, why it took place, and honestly, we all need to stand together and say that Maxwell needs to go back to where the monsters go, which is to a higher level of security. We also need to understand that Debbie Wasserman Schultz has legislation that she has been trying to push forward. And so in a bipartisan way, we all need to get behind Debbie because we found and what we learned is that there were loopholes as it relates to the Crime Victims Act. And so we've got to make sure that no other victims suffer in the way that they did when you have somebody like Alex Acosta that decides that he wants to play games and dismiss a case and never inform the victims of what's going on.
give immunity to the perpetrators and any of their known associates in perpetuity. Like, somebody subpoena Alex Acosta.
As is required by law. So we are going to have to fix those loopholes to make sure that that doesn't happen, because it took them 10 years of fighting this. And ultimately, by the time they got to the end of it, well, it also was Jeffrey Epstein's end. And so there was not a resolution for that. And the final thing that I think that we need to do is, obviously, we need to continue to push forward and make sure that we get all the files, because we know that we have not received them all. Because I am standing in front of the press, I'm also going to make a plea. One of the things that I realized was that there's a lot of stuff that the DOJ may have, but honestly, if you don't have a thorough investigation, and I can't say if we had a thorough investigation or not.
Can I say this? She is the first person I've heard to say this, and like women, I think this will ring true with us, because how many times a day are you watching a Dateline episode? And you know how like you get binged out on the Dateline hour-long or 2-hour-long murder shows, and you're like, I can't watch these because I'm getting too scared and like I don't want to die. But we've all watched hundreds and hundreds, and like when you watch the ones that involve cold case, how many times over do you need to restart the investigation from scratch, right? Like, you have to just start over, because obviously this investigation was botched. We don't know who Alex Acosta just gave pardons in perpetuity to Jeffrey Epstein and anyone associated. We don't know if he ever did. I mean, I would say we know for sure he never did a proper investigation. As a matter of fact, like, I know from reading the grand jury testimony in that case, he basically slut-shamed the victims. That's what was going on, where investigators were being like, well, like, why weren't you in school? You wanted, what were you wearing? Like, the victims, the children were being S-shamed in that case. So she is the first person I've heard mention this, and that's why she's a real litigator and card-carrying bar holder, is because this is what you do in a botched investigation. You start from the beginning.
We have no idea. But the reality is that when you have investigators that go out and they collect information. I am not necessarily convinced that they even have gone out and done their due diligence to fully investigate this case in the first place. So if there's anyone in the public that believes that you have information that would be valuable, you've never been able to get through to federal agencies, or no one would listen to you when you try to go forward and bring information forward. I am asking that you trust oversight DIMS and you bring that information to us. Or if you know where some information is contained, let us know so that we can then send subpoenas out that way. We want to do right not only by those that have already suffered under Epstein, but we want to prevent other trafficking rings that we know are out there. We want to make sure that we are doing right for future generations.
That is a real representative working for the people, which MAGA couldn't find someone representing them to save their lives. You guys just elect grifters who gaslight you at town halls. It is possible to elect people who are intelligent, can actually represent you in a way where they are fighting for you. This is what that looks like. And just to be clear, her district was gerrymandered out of existence by Texas. This is what happens when you're in a red state and you actually do your job. They're so threatened by you that they try to get rid of you, which I doubt Jasmine Crockett's going anywhere. I just think she's going to be reelected they've redrawn her district and flooded it with Trump voters, but I think they're primarily Hispanic, and I don't think Hispanics are just by the majority of my relatives who voted for Trump, I don't think anyone's having too fun of a time who's Hispanic. Who voted, they're no likey Trump. It's getting real hot for Hispanics in places like Texas. My sister lives in her district. So I don't think it's getting real uncomfortable. So I think she'll be okay, hopefully. Like, if you want, unless you guys don't want people, if you just want to elect idiot grifters who steal from you, that gaslight you at town halls, then do not elect Jasmine Crockett as your representative. If you want someone to fight for you, who literally is a lawyer and has like hundreds of hours of litigation experience, like, then you would elect her. That's what I would do. But I mean, thank you, Moana Greer, for the $20 on Venmo. Beautiful name too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sorry it took me so long to see that. I have so many different things going on. I appreciate it so much. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, this was Jim McGovern on the House floor after the press conference as well. Like, many people were speaking, and this was what Jim McGovern was yelling on the House floor, which I thought was great.
It is shameful. And it's speaking about the Epstein files. Again, I'm looking at the video of a few minutes ago. Donald Trump speaking to reporters, calling all this a hoax. All this, the Epstein files, a hoax. He's not talking about what we're doing here. And by the way, let me just say to the gentleman and anybody else who wants to know, listen to what the victims were asking for outside this Capitol just a few minutes ago, the survivors of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. Listen to what the survivors have been saying. They want the Massey-Connor bill passed. They want something with teeth in it that will force this administration to comply because they don't trust that they will. It is shameful. And it's speaking about the Epstein. And here's the kicker. This majority still hasn't even hung the plaque honoring those officers. A plaque required by law. Required by law.
Where's my...
So instead of...
Sorry, I just think this is going out of order. Did I play the first clip in order? Oh, hold on one second. Let me just find... One of my clips didn't add to the presentation. But don't you worry, I have it. Here it is. I just hate when things go out of order.
Tirade. I went back and I listened to Donald Trump's press conference at the White House, and not only did he call the move to release the Epstein files a Democratic hoax, he said it was designed to get the American people to focus in on something that was irrelevant. Now let that sink in. I mean, if you listen to the survivors that were in front of the Capitol just a few minutes ago, listen to their horror stories, that's irrelevant. I mean, that the President of the United States of America would say something like that is pathetic. I mean, he could, very easily put all this controversy to rest by just releasing the files. And that is why we need to pass the Massey-Connor bill, because we could actually pass a bill that would compel him to do that. What you all did in the Rules Committee last night is a resolution that doesn't really mean anything. It's designed as cover. While he was going on that tirade.
Let me go back to the presentation, because sometimes when I add things to it, doesn't add. And then I'll show you the clips in the Rules Committee tomorrow, but we'll get there. I just have so many interesting things to go off of. Let me show this last clip of... Oh, wait, wrong presentation. That's the other presentation I made today of all the other crap Trump has ruined. It's impossible to cover all the 24. It's impossible to cover the 24 news cycle.
And here's the kicker. This majority still hasn't even hung the plaque honoring those officers. A plaque required by law. Required by law. So instead of a sham committee, how about...
They still haven't hung a plaque of the Capitol Police that defended Congress during the J6 attacks. And that was one of the fights when he's talking about the Rules Committee, and I said I have all those clips. There was this battle going on yesterday in the Rules Committee while James Comer and other people that lie for Trump tried to gaslight people about Epstein, gaslight people about other things. That's what he's referring to.
You get a screwdriver and hang the damn plaque. Because every day it sits in a box is another day Republicans dishonor the heroes who defended this place. But if they insist on this little circus, at least investigate something real, like why Donald Trump pardoned people who assaulted police officers.
Sorry, I was muted. Amen. Preach. Hold on. Let me. Oh, and this was Ro Khanna after Jim McGovern was on the House floor. This is Ro Khanna after the press conference. He went to the House floor and said this.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just returning from hearing the survivors tell their stories, and I was so deeply moved. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds who told the stories of how they were solicited by Jeffrey Epstein and raped and assaulted. And then they went to the police, and the police didn't do anything because Jeffrey Epstein knew rich people, because he knew presidents, because he knew donors. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene was there speaking out for the survivors. Nancy Mace was in tears because she's a survivor when she heard their stories. Lauren Boebert has said we need to speak up for the survivors. This is an issue that could actually bring this country together to say that a nation in which rich and powerful men can rape young girls without consequence is a nation that has lost its moral and spiritual soul. We can fight about a lot of things. We shouldn't fight about this. We need 2 more Republicans to sign the discharge petition. I have a pretty simple rule. Most people don't understand all the jargon of Congress, but the survivors very clearly said they want the Massey kind of bill. They want it for closure. They want it for the release of the files. You know what the irony here is? President Trump could actually be the person who does good in this. He can still change his mind. Speaker Johnson is a true Christian. I know him. I know his family. He's a good Christian man. He can be for bringing justice. I really don't understand why we're fighting over this. Why don't we do something good for this country? Why don't we stand with these survivors and show this nation we're still capable of coming together when it matters for truth and justice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Someone in the comments asked, when's the vote? There's not a vote. This is a discharge petition. Like Mike Johnson, the guy I hope that was irony, referred to as a true Christian, is blocking this, right? Any bills that go to a vote have to go through the Rules Committee, which is controlled by Republicans. And since they will not allow, that's the point, Donald Trump will not allow Mike Johnson to bring this to the floor for a vote. Or Mike Johnson's lying for him wholeheartedly, right? It's blocked. And the only way to get a bill to the floor or a resolution to the floor for a vote outside of going through the Rules Committee is through a discharge petition. And we need 2 more signatures. That's why we keep saying we need 2 more Republicans. We need 2 more Republicans. Prior to the August congressional break, we had more than enough signatures. We come back, and every single white male Republican that promised a signature is suspiciously gone. We have 3 Republican women and Thomas Massey, who is a co-author of the bill, of course, with Ro Khanna, the guy you just heard speaking. So we need 2 more Republican signatures. Every Democrat has signed. We need 2 Republican signatures. We had 7 Republican men who said they were going to sign this, and mysteriously, over the month break, no longer are supporting this. And if I know not everyone's been here for 4 hours and 27 minutes, but I was talking about at the beginning, one of the lies being told is James Comer's oh, we have our own resolution, we have our own bill. No, it's the same thing. It just allows Pam Bondi to redact things, to avoid things. It doesn't even include witness statements, right? It's everything that will still protect Trump. The victims at the press conference, which we just watched for hours, said we want Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's bill. This provides transparency. This provides the closure that we need. This will tell the full story and stop protecting rich people who terrorized us for years. Like, we don't want them to be protected. We want the truth to come out. So we are trying to get 2 more Republicans, all the Republican men that ran away in terror. Oh, Anna Paulina Lunatic was supposed to sign it too, and all of a sudden she's not. But yeah, all of these people evaporated. So we need 2 more signatures from non-spineless cowards, which that's hard to come by amongst Republicans. They're all spineless cowards. Oh, I played that clip earlier. And I'm sorry, I can't remember who wrote it, but someone said, are we going to talk about, like, there's a long history. Every single, I mean, you want to go down Trump's cabinet, I could show you an instance of them being credibly accused, like Pete Hegseth. I mean, read the police report of how, and the other reports of how many people he's essayed. Donald Trump is surrounding himself purposely by people who've been credibly accused of SA. I think it makes him feel more at home. He's a sicko, right? And I talked about this in February when it happened. I need to figure out which district. Corey Mills is an absolute creep. He's from Florida, right? Which district in Florida is Corey Mills from? He's from blah, blah, blah. Florida's 7th. This man's vile. There's been many reports. I just want to be clear. I've heard this for years about him, both in Florida and in D.C., that he's a prolific philanderer. He is married. Just know this. And then he's in these relationships with people he's not married to. And there's a lot of abuse. Allegedly. This has been reported for years that there's a lot of domestic violence. Not with, maybe his wife too, but I'm saying he's married. That's not who's involved in these horrific instances of abuse. Now, I think it is so apropos that Rep. Yvette Clarke did this today. After all this happened, she read her censure report, and I rarely play these things in their entirety, but you need to hear it. If you think all Trump does, I'm appealing. I'm in trouble. I just got gifting suspended for, I don't know. My life is not contained. I don't think I did what they're accusing me of. Anyways, whatever. I had so many violations earlier. It's a miracle it went this long. If you would like to support me, please do so through Cash App and Venmo, because I've already been live almost 5 hours. I'm not restarting now. And plus, I'm just going to end with this Corey Mills stuff. So it's fine, and it's important to hear, because I recorded this whole thing because that's how important it is. I want everyone to hear what this guy did. This is just one time. There's been rumor. I always talk about how I'm obsessed with Congress, and I read Capitol Hill blogs because congressional aides know everything. This is an ongoing problem for this guy. This is not the first time I've heard of this. And again, he is a married, conservative, God-fearing man who represents the 7th District of Florida. So after these press conferences that Trump's trying to gaslight and accuse all these survivors of child trafficking of being liars, Representative Yvette Clarke took to the House floor and is bringing him up, is trying to censure him, right? Yvette Clarke introduced a resolution to censure him. And hopefully, if we should open an ethics investigation, because if you want to give my real opinion, this is Matt Gaetz, the sequel, except for I'll just say this, Matt Gaetz wasn't a physical abuser. I mean, to my knowledge, right? I always say, the minute you put your hands on someone, and I came from a family of a lot of that, you lose the argument. The minute you are using physical abuse, then you're just showing you're an idiot and you have no control, right? You'll never catch me using physical violence, because I just think it's a sign you have zero self-control. So I want you to say this is Matt Gaetz, but dumber, right? Idiot who's hurting people physically. Not to say anything Matt Gaetz did is right, but he's terrorizing young women. Let me just look up how old this creep is. He was born in 1980, so what is he, like 45? Is 1945? Oh yeah, my appeal was not approved. Whatever, I'm almost done. He's 45. Yeah, so Corey Mills is 45. This particular complaint that Yvette Clark is going to be referencing and reading on from, I reported on this happened, I believe, like February 25th, and it was like, she's 27 years old, I believe. I just want to be clear. And he's a 45-year-old married man who claims to love the Lord, all the things. So I just need to be very clear. And I think it's important because I just want to be clear. Everyone in conservative health, in this conservative hellscape, is like, oh, we care about women and children, except you're all covering up abuse of them. And then again, mathematically, all of the legislation you introduce makes it harder for women and children to survive, to get food, to get health care, to have upward mobility. So it's very ironic to hear conservatives claim in any way that they care about women and children. Again, this is Corey Mills and the resolution to censure him that is being read by Representative Yvette Clark today. It's horrific.
To give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House, in the form of a resolution as is follows. Whereas Representative Corey Mills has on several occasions conducted himself in a manner that reflects discredit upon the House of Representatives. Whereas on February 19th of 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas the police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19th, 2025 at the residence of Representative Corey Mills. And whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out the door. And also said the woman involved showed the officers bruises on her arm which appeared fresh. And whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim.
So, not to be confused with Corey Lewandowski, who is the mistress of Christy Nome, who's also married to someone else. That's a different Corey in a nearby building. This is Corey Mills, not Christy Nome's mistress, who's married to another man. This is a different Corey abusing his mistress, allegedly. There's so many Coreys who are doing horrible things. I just want to make sure we keep all of the abusive, creepy Coreys straight. Tammy, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you for all your hard work. You're appreciated. You're appreciated, Tammy. Thank you. And thank you, Starfire, for subscribing. And Triska, thank you for subscribing as well. I appreciate it. This is about to get worse. And then there's like financial crimes.
Let officers hear subject 1, now identified by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, subject 1 made contact with police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officials said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 911 operator and police that she had been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries, and that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body cam footage from the responding officers, and classified the case as domestic violence assault. And whereas on February 21st, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for misdemeanor assault existed, and sent an arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. However, then acting United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Ed Martin, refused.
Martin, just to jog everyone's memory, I did a lot of reporting on him. He's the guy that was like a known schmatzy mustache man supporter, also bestie of Trump, J6 denier, every election denier, every horrible thing you could ever dream up in your mind about a person is Ed Martin. I played a clip of his quote-unquote non-profit that was like glorifying far-right extremism and him presenting awards for that Ed Martin, the guy that couldn't be confirmed. That's why Boxo Wine Judge Janine is now been confirmed as the head of the DC DOJ office. You know, Boxo Wine Janine, the woman from The Five on Fox News, whose husband Albert paid Trump for a pardon. Ed Martin couldn't be confirmed because Republicans, because we have no say, right? If Republicans in Congress will confirm a psycho, they can confirm him. And even Republicans. That's why MAGA hates Chuck Grassley, because Chuck Grassley's like, this guy's just schmatzy. Like, I'm not going. And what's the other guy's name that's now retired? The senator from North Carolina. They're like, yeah, no to this guy. And that now, like, they're hated for it. That's the Ed Martin. So again, let's listen to Ed Martin cover up domestic violence. I'm shocked.
District of Columbia, Ed Martin refused to sign the arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills, and instead returned the case to the Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation. Whereas on July 14th, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February of 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her, and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public records described above.
Corey Mills, 7th District of 4, did all this. Revenge porn, is threatening unalivings upon her new partners, and has never been charged for any of this. They tried to get a warrant, and creepy schmatzy sympathizer Ed Martin, Trump's interim head of the DC DOJ, refused. This woman is now, I just want to show you what she's now reading off is a pattern of stalking and terror. I'm laughing because this has happened to me and I understand. like I also have been diagnosed with PTSD, so I have a weird reaction. Like, you laugh so you don't cry. So Ed Martin refuses to hold Corey Mills accountable in any way, and he continues on stalking, harassing, and threatening to release revenge porn
concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas in August of 2024, The Office of Congressional Conduct adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there was substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information in his financial disclosure statements.
He's committing financial crimes now. So I just want to be clear, when Matt Gaetz was submitted to ethics investigations in the House, that's the point. He wasn't just doing child trafficking and other horrible things. He was doing a lot of things, right? This is the new Matt Gaetz, Corey Mills, 7th District, Florida. Matt Gaetz was also from Florida, the 1st District. It's strange.
Accepted excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans, and contributions may not have derived from Representative Corey Mills' personal funds, entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas individuals who served with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the accounts of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey
here's the story. I'm sorry, veracity means truth. Here's where other congressional members say that Corey Mills lied to get a Bronze Star. Remember when Trump was accusing the hottest governor in the country of lying for his Bronze Star? Does anyone, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland? Here's a man who other congressional members are testifying under threat of perjury that he actually lied to get his Bronze Star. That's what, I forgot about this. This is horrific.
Have called into question the veracity of the accounts of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills receive an award of a Bronze Star bestowed in 2021 for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August of 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigade Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. However, retired Brigadier General Bray told the Daytona Beach News Journal in August of 2024 that he did not sign a Bronze Star recommendation for Representative.
Forged a person's signature to get a fake Bronze Star awarded to him. If you're not following what this woman is now saying, this man forged a brigadier general's signature to get a Bronze Star that he never earned. It gets worse too. We're not done.
Representative Corey Mills. And whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star in the Department of the Army Form 638, disputed that Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or providing life-saving care. Whereas one private first
he claimed in his application, the 60 whatever application, he saved 5 people. All 5 of these people under threat of perjury are saying that he never saved them. He forged a brigadier general's signature to get a Bronze Star. That person is saying, I did not sign this. He apparently misrepresented and has been given all these campaign funds he never should have gotten, and he's a DV abuser. Are we getting a picture here of a malignant narcissist in action? Like, who forges military documents? And these people are protecting him. They tried to get an indictment when he hurt a woman, and Ed Martin's like, nope.
Class cited as having been involved in one.
Like, I protect all my men that abuse women, whether it's SA, physical, whatever. Like, we're all just men just punching down on women together.
Of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid, and also denied his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas one sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on.
To be clear what you just heard, one of the people Corey Mills said he saved their life said, my life was never in danger. I've never been injured in a war, and he certainly never provided me any aid. That is literally what you just heard.
Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account, a fabrication, and claimed that he was not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. And whereas despite the numerous available contradictions of the accounts forming the basis of the recommendation for his Bronze Star, Representative Corey Mills described the legitimate factual disputes raised by individuals he purportedly served with and rescued as, quote, slander and defamation, end quote.
Saying people that are like, hey, I can't legally say this happened because it didn't. Now Corey Mills is calling those people liars. This guy, and I'm sorry I didn't see who wrote it. Someone said, why isn't he in jail? I explained that they tried to put him in jail after he beat up his mistress, not the woman he's married to, but he allegedly assaulted his mistress, who is 27, he's 45, again, not the woman he's married to, and they tried to get an indictment, and Trump's interim head of the DOJ in DC at that time refused them a warrant to go get him and covered it up. That's why. I mean, for the DV. I mean, but again, we never got. Matt Gaetz was a very well connected. He had a very rich father who protected him, quashed FBI investigations, and then it was the reason they finally got him out of Congress. I hope this leads to an ethics investigation. But will Republicans do an ethics investigation? I don't know. But this is Corey Mills of Florida. He represents the 7th District. Tyrone, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you for your content. I appreciate you. Thank you. And Linda, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for all your hard work informing and educating. Thank you, Linda. That means the world to me. And Nacho Jake, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Thanks for putting so much time and work into educating us all. But I think, thank you guys. And I do this to keep us all sane. That's the point. Because the gaslighting is unbelievable. And truthfully, I knew about the DV arrest in February of Corey Mills, but the rest, the financial campaign, all this about probably finance campaign violations and taking money that's not his and misrepresenting. I mean, that's something, we can always follow. That's an ethics investigation. And then it's so ironic that Trump is accusing Wes Moore of getting a fake Bronze Star, but they're stopping this guy from being arrested for DV, who literally everybody he cited in his application for a Bronze Star is like, I don't know that guy. He never saved me and I was never injured. That's crazy. Do you see why I read that whole thing? This is conservative. Conservatives at this point are just idiot grifters who are like, yeah, the left won't have me because those people can read and fact check and do math. So I'll be discovered too fast over there. I'll run for Congress in Florida where no one can fact check lies, read, or do math. Go to Oklahoma. That's the next best place. Nobody can definitely do any reading or math there. Like, they've now beat Arizona in their reading and math scores. Like, if you want to be a lying grifter, the right is the only place for you. Like, especially Trump loves abusers. Oh, another guy's abuser is being and then you can be a victim of the left who's like, why are you abusing women? Like, it's this. I just am pointing out the themes, and what a beautiful day to point this out and get all of this attention on it. Starfire, if I didn't say thank you so much for subscribing. And Vika Singh, thank you for the $2. Thanks for your amazing lives and research efforts. I appreciate it so much. It's almost been 5 hours. I need to eat something and hydrate. I appreciate you guys. I had so much I needed to say today. Thank you for hanging in there. And I should get offline before I get my final violation and get banned for a week. That would be worst case scenario. I shall see you guys tomorrow with much more information. Love